Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
Greetings and salutations, chat. Welcome to the campaign for President Harris, a cat in every pot. I really love the meme that has grown up around this. I really, really do. I love the whole thing with the Haitians, the eating of the pets. It's like, tell me that AI was not invented for this and this alone. The sheer amount of AI memes that have come out of this is goddamn perfect. I love it. I love all of it. It is exquisite, is what it is. Because now everybody can just put that into the little AI meme machine. I think even Trump tweeted out this one. That is just funny. That is just good. Everybody loves that. Everybody loves this. There's no doubt about it. It's just good. It's just good. That's what it is. See, any animal is food, depending upon the emergency you're in. Yeah, okay? Let's see, what was the thing here? I remember Peter had there we go. Yes. Let me bring that on up. I remember the PETA thing. The PETA thing. Let's see. There's the PETA thing. Everybody knows the PETA thing, right? It's like, where do you draw the line? Like, pet or food? Well, one draws the line on pet or food depending largely upon the position one's country is currently in. That is the deciding line here. The line moves further to the left, the worse the situation in your nation is, unsurprisingly. Personally, I would shift that line over at least 2 steps to the left, just basic, honestly, because horses are tasty. Horses are yum yum. You should eat horses, chat. You should eat more horses. You understand? Rabbits too. Rabbits too are pretty good. Dog, don't know about that. It's gonna have to get fairly desperate before I dine on dog, I gotta say. Cat, even worse still, particularly a tiny little cute fluffy kitten. You know, things are gonna get pretty shit by then. But the fact that they have tied this to the Harris campaign is fucking funny. Because they're not really implying that Kamala herself is like, yes, nyan nyan, nom noms. But that under Harris, shit will get so bad that you're gonna move that line very far to the left. Oh yes. Just like her politics, the line shifts leftwards. I do like that. I do like that quite a lot. Yes! Eat horses, chat. Eat horses. You should be eating horses. There is nothing wrong with eating horses. Horses are gosh darn delicious, chat. You must understand this. You must accept this. Like, there isn't really any real option here. You gotta understand, horses are great. Horse sausage, mind you, like thinly sliced. Brilliant.
Heresy's the question. Fire is
also,
the
my poor
answer.
internet is having a freak out today. That's entirely normal. Yeah, let me chat. Let me.
Is the answer.
Okay, so there's 2 kinds of horse sausage, right? Let's get that out of the way right away, okay? There are differing kinds of horse sausage, which you need to understand. One of them is like the horse
Heresy's the
sausage,
question.
just like
Fire is the
sliced
answer.
from the meat of the horsey. That's no, that's not good. You shouldn't be eating that. Like, oh my god, can I find? There we go. That's a nice example. Like that's bad. You shouldn't be eating like thickly sliced horse sausage like this. That's mucho wrong. It's not very tasty. It's kind of tough. It's kind of weirdly fatty. Like, it's really fatty. You shouldn't. No. That is not what you should be eating. That's not good for you. You should avoid that whenever you can, chat. Like, unless Harris is actually president and you're really need to, find food, you should avoid that. Now, what you should get, however, is this. This right here. This. Oh, God, yes. Thinly sliced horse sausage. Oh. Fucking delicious, chat. Absolutely delicious, chat. You eat this with scrambled eggs and, like, warm potatoes. Like, oh. It is so good. It's got that kind of, like slightly gamey flavor to it, Oh. Fucking fantastic, chat. Absolutely fantastic, chat. It's so good. It is so good. You just don't
Heresy's the
understand.
question. Fire is the answer.
You just don't understand, chat. Oh, I can smell it right now. Ah, making me hungry. Ah. It's difficult to get a hold of too these days because we're not killing and eating enough horses. That's kind of the problem. But it's so good. It is so good. It is so good. It is so good. Can I find like a picture of the proper meal like? No, not properly, no. Damn it. You're gonna have to take my word for it, chat. It's absolutely amazeballs. David becomes a member. Thank you very much, David. Night Shroud, should we take bets on how late they both will be? I need to pee, what can I say? Dizwiz, love your thumbnail, Arch. Archman Bad versus Devilla Fatties. Gramtron 3000, cats are friends, not food. Correct. Overwhelmingly so, cats are friend, not food. As are dogs. Like, again, you gotta be in fairly dire straits before you start dining out on cat, okay? But, there is every possibility that you might be in just that kind of dire straits. Plus, I just like how the cat looks. Like, the cat's just sitting there in the bowl, like, meow. Plus, don't turn up the heat. I wonder if you would boil cat. Would you boil cat? I mean, surely you'd need to take the hairs out first, so you'd have to, like, pluck it? Like, pluck the cat? And then boil the cat? Like, I don't even know how you would prepare cat. I don't know. Like, dog seems fairly straightforward, You shave the bitch, you just, hang it on a spite like a pig, I guess, and then you eat it, I suppose. But cats, like squirrel, just, like, shove a stick up its ass, place it over the fire, rotate it gently, maybe.
Service guaranteed.
I feel like the smell of burnt hair. Ooh. Yeah, no, that would not be good. That would not be good at all. I guess you could, like, mince it. Just, like, mince all of it and make meatballs out of it. But that too, like, that doesn't sound very tasty, does it?
Heresy's the question.
Really doesn't.
Fire is the answer.
Taras Shvenko, I never had less of an idea of what a presidency would look like than with Harris. She's had that little of position on any issues. Well, that's because Harris's primary position has been moving away from her previous positions. It's basically giving ground on all of the crazy far left nonsense she'd adopted
Service
previously,
guarantees citizenship.
and now moving towards more of a central position to basically make herself palatable to the voter. She is defined by the positions she has abandoned, far more so than the positions she has assumed, which is, not great. Not great. Johnson Smith, I like hearing you and Dev talk. Feels good to not suffer from cognitive dissonance when it comes to hearing opposing viewpoints. Pokes the chat. Pokes the chat indeed. I don't know when Dev will be here. Like, I started half an hour early because I figured, like, everybody was going to start half an hour early, you know, as a warm-up thing, but Dev will be here when Dev will be here. Also, Sarana, any animal is food. The donor party would agree with you. And yes, no, any animal is food. It all depends on how bad the situation is, okay? Like squirrel, okay? Squirrel's pretty good. So, what do you do with squirrel is, you don't like roast the squirrel. I tried that once. There's not enough meat on it. It's all gonna get singed and like wood smoky and like it is not very delicious at all. It's awful, actually. What you do with squirrel is, you take the little bastard, you skin it, obviously, and then you just mush it. You just smash that little bitch, okay? Or if you've got a sufficiently large knife, you just, like, hack it up until you've got this minced meat squirrel. And you can leave the bones in, by the way, because they're fucking tiny. Remove the head, I'd prefer, you know, because, oh, disgusting. Eyeballs and shit, oy. But then you mince it, now you've got squirrel meatballs, right? And you just prepare these like any other meatballs. You take a little bit of water, you pack them together, and you fry them. And that's actually pretty nice. Like, that is entirely edible. It's not really much of a meal, mind you. There's not that much meat on your average squirrel, so, you know, you're gonna need to capture and kill a bunch of them, and I wouldn't recommend them as a meal plan, considering the effort, you know, inherent in getting a meal of squirrel. But you could theoretically do that. Mercy next to one, enjoyed debating the commie. I'm what English? I'm watching, I presume, with Razor. The real Zartax. Horses are amazing. Black sausage tastes like the flesh of gods. Consume it. Also a reminder to play Enbinar. Ah yes, the mod. I've got that listed up now. Rasmus 0211. Horse for the Norse. Yes. Yes. We didn't have a whole lot of horses up here. It's
Service
tragic.
guarantees citizenship. Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
Am I really early? Maybe is there pre-show nonsense? Dave is telling me that's pre-show nonsense. Okay, well, we'll just hang out for a bit then. Elsa's... Oh, goddammit, don't move that. Elsa Sorana. At this point in the First World, one of the few uses of horses left is for meat. Honestly, the only reason they aren't is because of country music and whiny horsewomen who won't grow up. No, that's actually true. Now, there are very few actual uses for horses anymore. Like, very unironically, very few uses for horses anymore. You could... I mean, you could still do manual labor with them. Like, theoretically, you could have a horse pull a plow. You could do that if you so desired. You could ride the horse, which is, in essence, like recreational purposes, you know, for fun and stuff, which you could do that as well. That works. But beyond being used for fun, yeah, there's really not much of a purpose in a horse. And the problem is, too, horses eat a lot, okay? And they produce almost as much shit as they eat. In fact, I think the conversion rate is pretty much 1-to-1 there. Like, their digestive systems don't exist. They eat the food and they just shoot it right out their buttocks again. Awful things. Smelly, too, largely. Like, we really should just be raising them for food at this point. We really should. Like, there's no other reason to have them other than to raise them for food. Jesse Jinx, as an MLP fan, yes, we should eat out horses. Eat out horses. You little weirdo, you. Fucking weirdo, you. No one. Kick Dev. Bring in Spoon. What is Spoon? Ah, Spoony. Oh, God, I miss Spoony. What is Spoony doing these days? What is?
Service guarantees citizenship.
What is Spoony doing these days? Does he still have a YouTube channel? He does. Does he post things on it? Last post 1 year ago. Well, fuck. Let's see. Is he still on Twitter? He is. Is he still alive? Does he live? He lives! Holy shit. Holy fuck. Ah, God, Spoony. Spoony, 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 Spoony. My God, fucking Spoony. Right. If you are not aware of... okay. Right. If you were a part of old internet, right, you will know Spoony. You will absolutely know Spoony. There's no way you don't know Spoony. Yeah, here. I'll give you a visual reminder as well. Here is wide Spoony, as it somewhat messed up the... There we go. That's slightly more representative Spoony right there. There, goddamn Spoony, I tell ya. So, for those of you who are young here, younglings, those of you who do not know the ancient histories of the internet, Spoony was one of the original entertainers on the internet, like one of the first, like, angry video game nerd era entertainers, okay? And the dude, he was born to make entertainment. Absolutely born to create entertainment. He had charisma coming out every hole in his fucking body. He could make the most boring bullshit nonsense imaginable, not only funny, but goddamn interesting at the same time. It's like he could talk about some obscure fucking NES game I had never even heard about, and I'd be laughing my fucking ass off at it. He could talk about Final Fantasy, about literally the first games in the EverQuest series, which I had no frame of reference for whatsoever. He had the God-given gift of making anything and everything funny. Like, the man was a talent and a half. And then he went completely and utterly insane. No, honestly, he went fucking full bonkers. Full bonkers. To give you an idea of this, right, it was a woman. He got into a relationship, and that woman broke his mind, all right? Shattered it into 1,000 pieces, and then ground those pieces into dust. She Sauroned him to a degree I have never before seen, and never have I seen it again. Spoony went from being one of the most popular people on the internet. I think his Patreon was pulling in something like $10,000 a month or something more at one point, plus all of the views he was generating. And then he went from that to creating a Twitter account for his dog, where he pretended to be his dog on Twitter. He promised he was going to make a feature-length movie, I think it was, if his Patreon hit like $10,000 a month, which it did. He never finished it. He never even started making it, I think. He buried himself in projects. He never finished any of them, and he just went full recluse. And then, the worst part too is, the dude was a progressive. Oh boy. And then along came Donald Trump. And the 2016 elections just blew up whatever was left of his sanity. And this guy, who used to be on the top of the world, unironically, like one of the most popular individuals on the internet, went to streaming to like 30 guys on an obscure YouTube channel where he barely ever even spoke. Okay, it was, oh god, like he would play through a game and for 10 minutes he would say like 2 words. All trace of the previous Spoony, all trace of the charisma just gone. It is a tragedy. It is it is a genuine, unironic tragedy. Jesus, it's yeah, anywho, that's the tale of the Spoony one. The first internet personality I genuinely followed and adored. I'll put Kamala back on. There, perfect. Also, I'm feeling my nose stuff up. I'll be right back. Alright, excuse me. Where was I? Where was I? I was reading things. Mercenary X21, please stop talking about horse meat. I just ate my job. It's delicious. I don't know what's wrong with you. The real Zartag eats svartpølse like a normal Norwegian snob. Okay, black sausage, it can be good, but I prefer just good old-fashioned salami to that, honestly. Ben, tell that to the Haitians in Springfield, Ohio. Mercenary X21, Harris's primary position is involving her knees. Oh, saucy, spicy even. Kiru Boo, which has been a member for 4 months. Thank you very much, sir. I ate wild pig, a rabbit, an alligator, and snake before. Oh, and frog legs. I don't know about frog legs. I don't think I want to eat frog legs, but wild pig? Oh, I want to eat wild pig. I definitely want to eat wild pig. That'd be delicious. The real Zartax, did you see they're giving Kamala a podium for ants to make her appear larger than she is during split screen? Since she looks tiny next to Trump, lol. I did not see that, no. Lord of Opossum, Boo Dev, yay Arch. Indeed. So the Commando 78, Dev is currently making doo-doo in his diaper. Well, I mean, that is what he does, it's true. Sandoom, I really hope we get Harry's word vomiting all over the stage during her time, and hear her cackling laugh when Trump inevitably insults her intelligence. Call sign tourist. In Kazakhstan, horse is a super common dish. It tastes super good. Horses originate from here, and they have them like the US has cows. Oh, God. The problem is, I'm pretty sure it's illegal to send meat over borders, but if it wasn't, I would tell you to just go and find me, like, 20 pounds of thinly sliced horse and send it to me. I'll pay anything. Because you cannot get it here anymore. You just can't. I've even went to the local butcher and gone like, could you kill a horse for me? And it's like, nah, we don't do that anymore. What if I just bring you the carcass? I know my neighbor has horses for fun. Like, no, that'd be a crime too, bro. I'm like, fuck. Ian Brune, dude, this is not old internet. This is late 2000s. This pretty old internet. This is pretty old internet. I can, like, late 2000s. That's 20 years ago, okay? It's old. It is ancient shit. It is ancient shit. When was actually this? Can't find a date. The real Zartax put on Spoony's Final Fantasy VIII song for everyone to enjoy. Think that would get me reported. Still, Commando 78. Spoony shows us why we need to ban women and leftism. It does. He does indeed. Grulgar, wrong Spoony. They mean the aristocratic utensil. He is a base South African on Broken Crown. I don't know who that is, but that's good. Oh, wait, no, wasn't he one of those, he's one of the cultural commentators like the rest of us, right? I mean, I wouldn't mind having him on. Is he like a dev hater? Is that why? Weird. Dev stress eats during the debates. Oh, poor Dev.
Fire is the answer.
J. Pole, weirdest thing I like is snails. Oh, God. Yeah, no, I could not deal with snails. Like, I've seen snails being, like, presented. Oof. Like, it's like oysters. Like, oysters make me want to vomit a little bit. It really does. It really does. Like, I've seen people eat it and, like, slurping it down. It's like, it looks like just snot to me. That's what it looks like. And I don't want to eat that.
Is the question. Fire is the answer.
Sandube, I have spices to send out. Check Discord message. Oh, yes. I need to actually respond to that at some point. I've seen it. Father Jack the Enlightened. The horse nations used to live together in harmony, but everything changed when the Hutch and the Norwegians attacked. Yes. Fuck them. Fuck those people. I don't like those people at all. I don't like them. Oh, wait, that is... Oh, aristocratic utensil is in chat. That's why you're talking about him. Okay, but do I have any way of contacting him? I have no goddamn earthly notion. Ian Brune, snails, is this guy admitting to Frenchhood? Disgusting. It is awesome. Awesome? Fred, don't slip. Awful. Oh, Mud Dry Bread. I saw you in Dev's chat earlier today when he was playing Dustborn as well. I think Dev told me about you. One of his non-communist friends. Congratulations.
The White House. Vice President Kamala.
Ah.
If you've got something to say.
Yay. Now, what I'm a little bit worried is that I've fucked up the time here, and that this is going to be like an hour of preamble nonsense, in which case, I might just load up around a Space Marine or something, because I thought when they went live that they would go live. I believe I may have been had. I believe I may have been duped, deceived, tricked, and bamboozled. As Dev sent, I've got a couple of things to do, but I will be along long before it starts. Oh, God, Dev is actually busy doing his thing, isn't he?
Starting right now.
Service
It is an hour of preamble, isn't it? Shit.
Live from Philadelphia and across the globe with our powerhouse team coverage.
God help me.
Kamala Harris.
But I don't care about you, ABC. You're largely irrelevant to me.
The answer.
The Europeans have been had, yes. I don't like it, but it looks like we've been bamboozled. A tragedy. A true tragedy. Why would they do this to me, chat? And my dry bread, hey dude, yes, not a communist. Good! That's the running joke we have here, that all of Dev's friends are communists, even his extraordinarily right-wing ones. I think we're gonna have Taftaj on today as well, which is always fun. I enjoy hanging out with Taftaj. Taftaj is... See, the reason why bringing Taftaj along is such an excellent idea is because next to her, I look like Mao Zedong, okay? Which is brilliant. It makes me feel far more secure in my position. I get to join in with the progressives then, you know? It's nice. It's nice. Do I have any way of contacting Spoon? Because I'm happy to have people on, especially when there's an hour of goddamn preamble. God help me. I wish Twitter wasn't dumb anymore. Because back in the day, I could just go like, yeah, send me a message on Twitter. It's like, perfect. But now, Twitter has that dumbass premium thing. I don't want to have people to have premium to message me on Twitter. I would just like for people to send me messages. That would be good. Can you send me a message request without having premium? Let's see. Invite Lumi to waste space. Let's see. I'll poke Lum Lum. Xenothium sent it to me. Alrighty then. I don't know why Streamlabs is playing like a small portion of the notification now, so the sound and then stopping. It's weird and I don't like it. And there we go. Oh, no, stop that. Stop. Cease. Aristocratic utensil. There you go. And he's following me too. Okay, I will follow him. Ah, god damn it. Lum Lum is at work. Why is Lum Lum at work? Why is Lum Lum allowed to work? I hate Lum Lum. Hate Lum Lum.
Heresy's the question. Fire is
It's
the
like, I
answer.
need food to feed myself or something. I don't care. Quit your job. You should be there, hand on foot, waiting on me. That's our agreement. Alright, how do I find the thingity-bob? There, I think I'm getting a hold of the aristocratic utensil. Alright, let's see. Ta-ta-tar. Ah, there's a person by the name of Cum Tribute who has sent me a friend request. Good. Hello, Cum Tribute. I hope you will understand why I, will not be accepting that. No, not in a million years. I am not accepting a friend request from a man by the name of Cum Tribute. I know what I can expect if I accept that friend request. No, I am protecting myself. Fuck that. Good God. It's like, hello. I have pictures to share. No, please, don't. There we go. Let's see if this works. Yep, it looks like we are going to get the aristocratic spoon on for a little bit. I have no idea who this guy is, but I'm sure he's lovely. And now I've lost track of chat. What have you been doing? What have you been doing, chat? Poor Cum Tribute. Seriously, chat, you must understand. You must understand. I must take some protective measures. A couple, some minor ones. It's fairly important. All right.
Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
Weird. You need to bring in the 40k Empress for a ArchCast. The 40k Empress is that a person too? You must understand, chat. I don't know who anyone on the internet is anymore. I've fallen off the wagon a long time ago. Mercenary X71, the aristocratic utensil, follows me on Twitter. Well, good. Ian Brune, Snails, is that scat admitting to friendship? I read that one. Fat Jack the Enlightened. Speaking of Space Marine, what books can you recommend to a novice looking to serve the will of the Emperor? Okay, novice 40k books. I always recommend, hiccups, Cypher's Cane. always recommend Cypher's Cane, of course, because Cypher's Cane is a fantastic novice entry point, because Cypher's Cane will ease you into the setting. He will tell you about 40k in a joking, jovial manner. He will teach you everything as if you were a dum-dum. Like, if something new shows up, like a Space Marine, he will explain to you what a Space Marine is, what a Commissar is, like what a Melter Gun is, what a Las Gun is, what a Carnifex is, what an Orc is, etc. It is probably the single best introductionary guide to 40k. Other than that, I would also recommend Space Wolves, the book series. That one's also pretty good, as it also kind of like starts you out at a more baseline level. Ultramarines as well isn't bad, but it's more like advanced. Oh, and hello, Spoon.
Yes, greetings to you, good sir. By the way, I have no idea how loud this is.
Let me see. I'll adjust it on my end. It should be fine.
There we go.
Okay, now it's too low. Okay, I'm just up. Right, there we go.
There we go, yeah.
Decent enough.
Yeah. I had no idea I was going to be on. I just saw the chat just went, bring Spoon on. I went, oh, this is going to end in drama, isn't it?
Is it? Why would it?
Because I have tendencies to annoy Canadians. Apparently. Allegedly.
Aw, but there is a cute little lad.
Yeah, I can be civilized when the need arises, but I feel like the chat is egging me on to say some shit. As is the case. How much I've had no whiskey. Actually, that's a lie. I had some whiskey before I came on, but not enough to get me drunk.
Now, the only real question, having heard about your nationality, is Rhodesia, yes or no?
God. Anytime the British Empire leaves is not a good thing.
Well, you guys were on the way to making your own little mini empire, but, you know, nobody wanted to help you, I guess.
Yeah. Except, okay. I want to say spicy things that I can't say. Hold on a sec. I can message you on Discord. I'll tell you what I want to say.
We need to check it in letters first. I like that. Well, not just those. The West in general. I've always been meaning to look into Rhodesia because it looks like a fascinating piece of military history.
Little bit. There's a lot of like, imagine if Predator had an army. It's basically like that.
There's so many of these little cool semi-modern conflicts I need to get into. I just finally managed to get a decent book on the Spanish Civil War, because that was another conflict I knew nothing about, but that looked really interesting from the outside. And it is. It would surprise you how little progressivism has changed from then to now.
Well, at least in Europe, yeah. And it gets... history is repeating itself.
Oh, yeah. Like, the entire communist playbook was on full display in Spain, to the point where they created Franco. I mean, I'm sure, I'm not sure. Do you know anything about the Spanish Civil War?
I do know some things about the Civil War, but I wouldn't be... It's not something I would essentially be able to write a book about.
So, one of the most fascinating things is, Franco was not a member of any established party, because the main parties were like... because the main parties were like monarchist. Those were the conservative parties.
Based.
But he was picked as the leader of the nationalist movement simply because he was unaffiliated. Like, nobody could really object to him. He didn't have any baggage, in essence. And he was created largely by the left, who looked at the fascists in Spain, who had basically no foothold. There were like a few thousand of them at the time, where the communist movement had like 100,000 members, because they needed an enemy. They created the nationalist movement.
That sounds a lot like Trump right now in America.
It kind of does.
There's a bit of overlap there, yes.
Like, because the progressives create their own enemies.
Him is really funny. Oh god, well they have to, because reality is their main enemy.
Yeah, like they need to create like a target group that they can attack, because their entire worldview is that there's somebody out there who's dangerous, and they need to protect you from those people.
Yeah, constant need for some boogeyman, otherwise the state does not expand.
Yep.
They basically looked at Cortez and went like, yes, how can we make this permanent?
And they end
God,
up creating their own enemies. Like, exactly what's happened now. Like,
Yeah.
2010s, 14s. Nobody gave a shit about politics. That was for other people. Like, that was...
Yeah.
You know, you didn't speak in polite company about religion and politics, you know?
And now it's all people fucking talk about.
Yeah.
It's fucking toxic.
Because you can't not. Like, you have a system that is currently under active attack by a force that is attempting to politicize everything, and
Yeah.
you don't have the option anymore to just sigh and tell them to go away because they've taken most of the levers of government.
Yeah, exactly. It was like, oh, you're a fascist. Like, I just want to be left alone to play games. Fuck off. And now you're looking at Hugo Boss like, I like the uniform.
Yes.
That's so sort of where it's going.
It is genuinely awful how we've arrived at this point. And the worst part is, again, like, if you look back at history, you will see the whole goddamn playbook, but nobody did.
Yep. And now we're just repeating it
Service
again with
guarantees
shittier
citizenship.
uniforms and more mental illness.
We are. Though,
Yeah.
I do have a bit more optimism this time around, because, like, Trump, he is a genuine
Heresy
pressure
is the
valve.
question.
Like,
Fire is the
I hope, I am on Team Trump 100%, because I view him as a
Yes.
necessary evil. Like, is he my ideal political candidate? No. But in today's world, yeah, he's probably as close as I can get.
He's someone that I am generally hoping is... Do you ever look at this, like the memes and the shit that they try to make about Trump, and you go, I really wish you were nearly as badass of an enemy they actually make of him, because he's not nearly as terrifying as they think he is. I'm like, God damn, I really wish he was.
Well,
Because I've seen, there was one that Orrin McIntyre posted a while ago. It was like outside the Washington Monument on like a gloomy day with just like crosses and like nuns, like just rows of them. I'm like, I would not mind that, if only for the memes. Because he's not going to do that.
it's a part of the playbook. Like, this is the socialist playbook that dates all the back to Giovanni Gentile. Why would Giovanni Gentile for some reason? Gramsci, where your enemy
Gramsci, yeah.
needs to both be incredibly competent so as to be a threat, and also simultaneously incredibly incompetent so as to be something you can laugh at and like humorize and satirize.
I remember that was one of the, back when I was still sort of lefty side, the thing that made me really realize Trump is the real deal and he's making people's minds blow up was actually when Ben Shapiro was on Bill Maher, when he said, is Trump an evil genius or a doofus? You got to pick one.
Yes.
Because I could never understand how is Trump this megalomaniac who can overthrow the state, but he's also a moron who doesn't know how anything works. I'm like, okay, you people are insane. Like, your worldview doesn't make any sense. That was kind of like my big, like, oh shit, these people are actually mentally unstable.
Well, again, because
Yeah.
the enemy needs to both be incredibly competent and incredibly incompetent at the same time.
Yeah. But it's kind of difficult to explain that to normal people who are not like knee deep in political jargon. The people who are
Yeah.
sort of passively consuming it are just thinking, well, he's just some crazy person who says mean things on the internet.
Yeah, like, because
Yeah.
that is the true the genius of the playbook that progressivism has become, in that it is incredibly densely doctrinal to the point where if you want to try and explain this to a normal person, it's going to take you a long ass
while.
time.
And you also need to not bore them.
Yes.
And
Meanwhile,
also it's very confusing as well.
if you're on the other side, all you really need to do is go, Trump is evil. He's a racist fascist. Oh, okay. I know what racist means. I know what fascist means, I think.
Yes. Yeah. I just know it's a bad thing that I'm supposed to hate because of someone in the Second World War or some shit. And that's
Yes.
basically as far as I go. Then that's... I have a rule for some... If somebody calls my politics fascism, I just ignore them as an idiot.
It's Orwell's definition of fascism in English, bully.
That's a pretty good one, actually. Now, by that logic, the left is really quite fascistic.
Yeah, no, I actually love that definition because
Yeah.
I think I'm almost sure it was Orwell because he was having a chat because Orwell was in the Spanish Civil War and was deeply disillusioned with socialism during it. And after the Second World War, like, he looked at the word fascist and like, okay, nobody knows what this means anymore. Like, this has no meaning. Nobody can define it. The closest definition he was able to arrive at was literally bully. Like, somebody I don't like. And that's pretty damn close.
That fits the left way more than it does anyone on the right. The right just really wants everyone to fuck off.
Well, yeah, because the right after the Second World War had arrived in such a... the right, essentially. Conservatism in modern day... anything post-war was basically what we would consider right-wing by today's standards.
Oh, God, yeah.
It was all in a very comfortable position. Like, democracy had won everywhere, everyone was happy, everyone had the luxury to grow apolitical, until we arrived at the point where today...
Unless you're Polish.
Yes, unless you're Polish. Where if you were to ask, like, a... like even a high schooler, right? Explain to me democracy. The best they could probably do is like, oh, that's where we, like, vote for people in power, right? And I was like, yeah, I mean, that's part of it. But why is it a good system? It's like, well, because it's like people voting and stuff. And I've had like 30-year-old, 40-year-old people I've tried to talk to about this who cannot define even something as simple as democracy, or what is the difference between a representative democracy or a direct democracy, etc. Because we have the luxury of just forgetting about all of this, and then it bit us on the ass.
It's basically running on inertia.
Yeah, no, in essence, like, because everything was working fine, and when everything is working fine, everyone just kind of uncouples from the system until it stops working fine.
Yeah, I think that's sort of the problem that we have in our system right now, is that for me there needs to be just a framework of this is like a sacred thing that you don't screw with. And then once you get people who start screwing with that sacred framework, that's when the entire system goes to shit.
Yes. And thank you very much, Ray J. English, J. Mac, for the 20 gifted memberships.
For all the people in the chat wondering, no, I am not drunk.
Is that a common thing?
Yes, I have a tendency to drink on streams every week with Aiden, so yes.
Oh, you're one of Aiden's friends.
Well, Aiden is the one that got me onto YouTube, basically, so yeah.
Cool.
I'm basically a mishmash of a whole bunch of people that essentially dragged me onto YouTube in some way or another. I would say probably the two biggest reasons for that is probably Sargon and V, to be honest. And yes, Aiden was the podcast was actually Aiden's idea.
Sargon V, good influences.
Yeah, I would say. Do you know when Sargon first started his Lotus Eaters podcast?
Yeah, when he first started like the media company, yeah.
Yeah,
that was like, God, what, 2-3 years? Really, it's been that long.
Yeah, I think it's been that long. It was beginning of, I know it was beginning of Trump's, or not Trump's term, of the Biden administration, because my first video was mocking her, ironically, her border policies, which were shit. And it was the time where you could send video clips or like asking them questions at the end of the episodes.
Yep, I remember that.
I noticed that the chat was not forgiving to anyone who was taking the piss. Like the chat was like quite serious when someone sent in a good comment, and so my reaction was, what would happen if I sent in a comment? How would the chat react? I was just sort of like a way to gauge an audience reaction, and the chat did not give me shit when I sent in questions, and neither did Callum and Sargon. And there's one point where Callum asked, do I have a YouTube channel? And Sargon says, I sound like I should have one. And that was I wasn't gonna get a better green light than that. And that's basically how I made the channel.
Well, that's cool. How are you enjoying the YouTube so
Service
far?
guarantees citizenship.
It's a bit hit or miss with some of them. So the tragic thing that I don't like about this platform is all the stuff that requires research, that is interesting, that is thought-provoking, does not really do terribly well. And if it's just me spitballing and basically calling Destiny the F word, that does really well.
Well, see, the thing I learned very early with YouTube, when I was doing lore videos, was that I had no fucking clue what anyone would like. I would spend a lot of time on a video.
Yeah.
And usually if it was like a really big one, like when I was doing theory crafting about Primarchs and stuff, that would usually do well. Like 2 hours videos on that. But other times, I would do the laziest shit and it would blow up. And that is what I hate about YouTube. It happens now too on the commentary channel. You put a lot of effort into something, spend a lot of time researching it, looking into it, building the argument. Nobody cares. You mention Helldivers once, and suddenly it's got like 250,000 views. Like, fuck.
Yeah, that's pretty much what. Like a couple of weeks ago, there was I was watching Kirsch's video, and she had like a Twitter video, not a Twitter video, a TikTok video of Alyssa Mercante, and just her face on it just made me go, I want to take the piss out of it just because of look on her face. And I didn't really think about anything more than that. I just thought it was funny. And I made the video, and as soon as I uploaded it, YouTube just went like, no, this is like, hampered and it's not fully monetized. I went like, fuck you. And I went, oh, fine, I'll just take it off. And I re-uploaded it. And I was not really paying much attention to this video. It was like 10 minutes of me just rambling. And then within like 2 hours, it just went into the stratosphere. And I went, oh shit, this video is going to do well. And it's now like the most watched video on my channel. And I went, how the fuck did this happen? I didn't even plan for this to go particularly well. And it's funny because that video was featured on That Park Place, actually, in an article about it. Which was really bizarre, because I was just scrolling through an article about her, and I went, wait a minute, my name is mentioned here, what the fuck? And I don't really do gaming stuff all that often, so it was quite weird to see my name on that publication. I'm like, these guys watch my channel. Right.
Yeah, you got no idea what'll work on YouTube. Effort.
Yeah.
Effort does often translate into a degree of success. Because people will appreciate effort, and if you've got an audience, they'll probably watch it if there's effort in it. But when you're starting out, you are completely up to the whims of the gods. My most watched video is only my most English. Jesus Christ, is only my most watched video. God help me. Because Asmagan just was sent it on Reddit one day, and it's like, hey, look at this, to like 5 million people. It's like, oh shit.
Oh yeah, that's
It's like being a Greek priest in the BCs. That's what it is. Like sometimes Zeus just reaches down like, hey.
I'll be nice to you for today.
Pretty much.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I did do a very long video. Like normally my videos would be like 8 to 12 minutes is roughly like a good average. And there was one where do you know a guy called Mark Lamont Hill?
Not off the top of my head.
He was he's one of these like race hustlers who spent the way I described in my video is, imagine if you're playing an RPG and you met someone that put 1 point in intelligence and like 9 in charisma.
Okay.
He's basically that, in the sense that he talks a good game if you happen to know fuck all about politics. But if you have any shred of IQ above 90, you will realize how full of shit he is. And he was debating somebody on the blackness of Kamala Harris and the efficacy of that in the black community. Yeah, exactly. And I was so annoyed by this motherfucker. I went like, I want to do a video just shredding this dude. And it was like over an hour long. Just because I hated his guts. And for no other reason. And that video is like over 20,000 views.
Heresy's
Maybe a
the
bit of fair bit
question.
of bulk because it's over an
Fire
hour
is the
long, so
answer.
that wasn't a wasted effort. But yeah, that someone said my voice reminds them of Kraut. Should I be offended by that? I feel like I should be.
Definitely.
Yeah. He's calling me German, you bastard.
Heresy's the question. Fire
Well,
is the answer.
considering again your ethnicity, any Boer in you?
I'm mostly Afrikaner, so yes.
Ah,
But
there you go.
There's probably German in me somewhere.
Yeah, I was about to say, there's definitely some German in there then.
I'd rather be German than English.
Damn. A damning
Yeah.
condemnation of the British people.
At least we didn't help the Americans in the Second World War.
I mean, that's true.
We were opposing the communists. That's about like the most base thing I can say on the stream without like violating your TOS.
Ah, the TOS. I do remember
Okay,
old YouTube.
I will say, and this is just my opinion, and I can understand why V is kind of paranoid about it, but I don't think it's nearly as stringent as people make it out to be.
Well, it basically depends on how YouTube views you, because
agreed.
it can be completely goddamn random. Completely random. Like,
Yes.
I've got a friend of mine who's got a much smaller channel, who basically just streams to his same old audience. Like, he's off in this corner of the internet, not bothering anybody, right? And he
Right.
makes a video, and it's fine. It's up for like 2 months, and then he gets a strike on that video. Not even a copyright claim, a straight up strike. And he's like, what the fuck? Like, because presumably somebody watched it, was offended, reported to YouTube, and YouTube was like, ugh, fine. We'll punish him, I guess.
Yeah. I can still recall. I can recall the last 3 things that got me clamped. And I remember them because V never fucking shuts up about them if I'm ever on his channel. Which he does. The first one that I was hit with was. This was, I think it was in Maricopa County when they're doing recounts. And the video was like 9 months old. I don't know why. I just woke up one day and went, your channel's been struck. I went, what do I do now? And it was old. It was 9 months old. I thought, what the fuck is going on? That was weird, so I had to wait for that one. The other one was I quoted the World, not the World Economic Forum, the World Health Organization.
Oh, yeah, that's dangerous.
Yeah.
Just like quoting the World Economic Forum. That one, too, can be dangerous.
Yeah, right. And it was really weird because this was right about the time where YouTube was changing their policies, where like you can only use official sources, and I did, and it's still clamming. And I went like, this was for medical disinformation. I went, but this is from the source your TOS says is allowed. What the fuck? That was bizarre. And the other one, I had a swastika and a meme. Although luckily I was able to repeal that one. And those are the last ones that I had. So yeah. I did get one video struck recently because, do you know Academic Agent?
Vaguely?
Yeah. So he did a live stream and he went off on someone in his chat who was saying something about Fuentes. And he said Fuentes is fans, but he said it sounds like he said it with a G because he was kind of raging. And when I asked for the video to be manually reviewed, it said like that is an offensive like homophobic slur. And I went, what the fuck? That is what you clamped my video for? Oh, for fuck's sakes. So yeah, the AI is extremely fucking fickle.
See, I've gone fully on board with the VE and train of just keeping my mouth shut these days. I'm very careful because again, like my little friend's channel was struck for the weirdest thing that's ancient.
Yeah.
Even whilst having like full-on N-word stay up, like because it's nothing matters anymore. It's just if YouTube targets your ass, that's it. And
I will
my
notice-
weirdest strike
It depends who you use.
was
like
for a picture from Mass Effect of Miranda's fully clothed ass.
Was it the shot from behind, like low camera?
Yep, that got me a strike.
Yeah, that's the one. I think V once warned me. Do you know the show Cow and Chicken?
Yes, love that when I was a child.
Yes. So I used the one video where I think I used the devil's ass in a video, and V said to me, "You could get that struck." This must have been like, what, 4 years ago? Thankfully, it never has. I don't even know what the video was anymore. But that was one where V said to me, "That might get you into trouble." And another one was from using a clip from Joe Cartoon, which is just like badly drawn cartoon animations of a bunch of gerbils killing themselves.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really just like 2D animation. This is the days of like Flash, so this was like 2010 maybe even, and I was still at school when these things were up. So this was like at least 2008 at the latest. And that one is still up. I don't even know. I think I used it in a video where I made fun of just some guy.
Again,
So that was,
with the YouTube, you can even have stuff that's... Because we're moving more and more towards a German set of laws, where everything is illegal,
God.
but not everything is enforced.
Germany is still better than Scotland.
Maybe.
I'm very anti-Anglo today for some bizarre reason. Oh, Gerbil in the blender. Yeah, I've never actually been able to use the Gerbil in the blender. Superfly one I have, yes. I feel like your chat might know. Okay, clearly your chat knows what Joe Cartoon is.
I have
As
no
soon as
idea
I
what
said
that is.
Gerbils killing themselves. Oh yeah, this was like OG Flash cartoons when the internet was just starting. This was back when the days of Shockwave, like early 2000s, when you started getting animated videos on the internet. So this was a long time ago. My God, this is almost 20 fucking years ago.
It is tragic.
I just realized how old it is. Yeah, Joe Cartoon was ancient. Fuck, this is almost 20 years. Jesus fucking Christ, I'm getting old.
We all are. Oh. Alright, looks like my pet Canadian is ready, so I'm gonna have to chase you off now, because he hates everyone on your side of the internet, I think.
That's fine, don't worry about it, man.
Meanwhile, Arch is neutral ground. Arch can be friend with anybody.
Yeah. Anyway, man, just have me on.
Nice talking to you, dude. What's your YouTube? Aristocratic Utensil.
The reason why I have that is because when it was just Spoon, it's very, very difficult to find.
I would imagine, yes.
Yes, whereas Aristocratic Utensil is a lot easier to find.
Very
That's
cool.
the reason for that.
Well, nice talking to you, man.
Yeah. Cheers, man.
All right, chat. We're gonna switch out our South African now for communists. Enjoy. Why are you
love
sitting
my-
in the waiting room?
Well, Tap can't join the stream room.
Why
Yeah,
not?
that's true. You gotta give me permissions again.
What?
I think I lost
Okay,
them.
I'm just gonna.
Or maybe I never had them.
I'm
Well,
just
this
gonna
is your
give
new
you the
account,
only role on this server.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wait, you're gonna have roles equal to Lumi then?
No, that is the secondary role. She's the only one who has a special role
Oh. Fancy.
because she's extra special.
I love that. I like Lumi. She's great.
Lom Lom
I'm
is
surprised you know
a
who she is, to be honest.
wonderful servant.
Yeah, Taftage, I'm surprised you know who Lumi is.
Yeah, Lumi, I think she's messaged me like a decent amount on Twitter. We've like gone back and forth. She seems
Oh,
really
yeah?
nice. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
As long as I'm thinking of the same Lumi, which I probably am.
Well, hold on, because there's like a Twitch Paul Lumi, and then there's Arch's VTuber friend Lumi,
Oh,
and they're two different Lumis.
what's
Oh my
her
God.
like handle?
Well, she's the yellow.
Luminous Cove, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, I might have very positive associations with a different Lumi.
Oh my god. Other Lumies.
Okay, maybe Lumis are just fantastic.
I don't know about fantastic. This Lumi is growing a little bit too close to communism for my taste.
Oh yeah, you noticed that too, eh, Arch?
Yep, definitely. But hey, at least she's doing communism correct in that she's, just eating up all of everybody else's resources, but she's doing it voluntarily.
So, Arch, you started an hour early. How was
I
that?
didn't fucking know.
You're very prepared.
ABC told me they'd start streaming then. It's like, okay, well, that must mean they're going to start then, right?
Nope, that's
didn't-
not how it works.
I didn't know they were going to have a room full of dudes and women and diverse people go like, oh, we think Trump is bad for an hour first.
Yeah, they gotta preface it so you go
Service
in
guaranteed
with the right mindset.
citizenship.
Let's see, what have they got on right now? They've got 3 chicks and 1 very scared-looking white dude. Yeah, that's about right.
State of the world.
Heresy's the question.
Poor
Fire
bastard.
is the answer.
What are you guys expecting from the debate?
Heavens to
Honestly,
open up
I
and rain
think-
brimfire.
No, actually, I think I don't think there's gonna be any surprises, to be honest. I think Trump will try to bluster his way through. I think he'll be less successful simply because Kamala isn't like a zombie,
Yeah.
and I think Kamala is slippery enough that she might be able to get away with a few things.
Yeah. It'll be interesting because we haven't really seen Kamala do too much. She hasn't really taken the limelight in the past few years. But yeah, I mean, Dev, you and I, previous to having Arch drag us into the stream room, we were discussing my
Heresy's the question.
relative
Fire is the answer.
out of the loopness, and how like you always tell me that you're in like some crazy drama, and I'm just like totally oblivious. Like as far as I know, you're just like releasing videos as normal. But there's like all sorts of stuff going on in the background, and I kind of feel that way about politics, where it's like I'm not super in the know, so I think I'll be playing like the normie on this debate.
Which is funny because you're nothing like a normie at all. In
Yeah,
actuality.
no, I mean I have like all sorts of wild political values and stuff, but I'm not super informed, so I won't be able to fact check, I think, super well. I'm gonna lean on you guys for that.
I'm gonna do something strange in Discord, but don't worry about it, Arch.
I think Trump will do just fine. Because he's a happy little Trumphaluffagus and I believe in him. Plus, he's been given a very good talking point today. Let's not eat
Heresy's
people's
the
pets.
question. Fire
Difficult
is
to
the
argue with that
answer.
one.
Yeah, but that it inevitably begs the question, like, are people actually eating pets? And that's like much harder to justify.
Well, I don't know about
Explain.
that. There's been...
Wait, hold on. What is this conversation about? Eating pets?
Are you
Oh,
not
yeah.
in the loop?
There was
No.
this beautiful picture about a melanated individual just carrying dead ducks home.
Yeah, I think he's got like a goose, and
Yes.
What the fuck?
and somehow this
Why?
has spiraled into like Haitian immigrants are here to eat our cats, and in fact, there's very little evidence that like actually there's any widespread eating of ducks either. So I don't know. It's just like
That's
it's
so
one of these things
ridiculous.
where it's like that sounds really bad, but I feel like we should just wait for the local police department to like give us more info. But people have definitely taken it and run with it because it's there's a certain moral point that is very salient, which is like people have different cultures, and in some cultures people eat different animals. It's very like it's possible that someone would like take a duck and eat it, so like it's shrouded in this air of like that could be possible and that's really bad, so we should like look into that. But yeah,
I would actually say that rather than a cultural commentary, they're making an economic commentary here. Because the reasons why Haitians eat ducks, dogs, cats, whatever else they can get their hands on, isn't because they're like, oh yes, well, the kitty cat is a delicacy. It's because Haiti has been suffering an enormous amount of hunger for like 3-4 years now. And the joke then is if President Kamala Harris gets into power, we'll all be eating cats.
yeah,
you
maybe
think
we'll
so?
all end up desperate. I mean, with the price controls, she has some pretty
Oh,
awful
God.
policies for sure.
Yeah, she does. I'm not a fan.
That's why, here, I'll put in, Taft, can you see live links?
I think so. Yeah.
Well, something is working. There was this meme here, I'll put. I love this one. President Harris, a cat in every pot.
Here, I'll pull it up. See if I can get it up here.
I love that
Yeah.
one.
I can't
That's
see
really
what
good. A cat in every pot.
It's a good meme.
But it's like, is it real? I feel like it looks bad to be like running with something that is like unsubstantiated, and Probably racist.
Something that's unsubstantiated in 2024. And I don't
That's
think it's
literally all of
racist. Like,
politics
Rise
nowadays.
above.
the
Arch. We
argument
have
isn't
to
that
hold
they're
ourselves
eating the
together.
animals because they're black. The argument is eating the animals because they're goddamn poor and starving.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe they are. In which
Now, if
case,
they were
that's pretty
Chinese,
bad.
however, now you've got a cultural argument because the Chinese will eat anything, literally. There's a
They
proverb
will,
from
dude.
East
Oh my
Asia
God.
that the Chinese will eat anything. Like, if they can catch it, they'll eat it.
Having
Which
dated a
honestly,
Chinese girl, yes.
kind of respect. The only problem is if it's like an animal that's owned by someone. That's pretty bad.
That's actually a thing. Okay, so one of my British friends has told me about this too. This is like a problem that has grown larger in Britain, like observably in the last 10 years or so. Theft of pets. Because this is something
eating?
like... No, I don't know, not for eating necessarily, but like for selling or just taking for your own, or I don't know, eating
Okay.
maybe. Because this is one of those things, as a Norwegian, I was like, people don't steal pets. Like, what the fuck are you on about? Like, that is not a thing that occurs in my nation. But apparently that has been like a mounting problem in England, where people will just like see a cat outside and be like, oh, I have a cat now, and just bring it home.
And it's not a stray; it's somebody else's cat.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I've heard of people stealing like really nice-looking dogs before, but it's not that common.
Especially like Discordia keeps her, because she's got like those fancy cats, like Bengals or something, I think.
Yeah.
She keeps those locked up, and she's like built like cages around the windows so they can kind of pop out of the windows without being, going outside, because those will apparently get stolen like immediately.
Well, the UK seems to be sinking into the ocean constantly, so I'm not surprised.
It kind of does.
Some crazy stuff is going on over there.
Yeah, yeah. I know. I was watching Lonerbox go over like rape stats and crime stats, and how like the right-wing narrative about Islamic immigrants doesn't really line up if you look at the numbers.
Service
And it's like, okay, fair
guarantee.
enough, I understand. However, at the same time, when you live downtown London and you see people like swinging machetes around, and it's obviously like not indigenous, it's not indigenous
Service
ethnic
guarantee
English people
citizenship.
swinging machetes around all the time. You know what I mean? Like there's some locations where it's just there's clearly a problem.
Well, okay, the correlation to the rape statistics, right? Like, how
Here's
do we
the
explain
question.
that
Fire
rape
is the
statistics in
answer.
England has fucking exploded?
It's patriarchy.
Patriarchy, I see. Then why aren't the feminists talking about it?
Heresy's the question.
It's brown
Fire
patriarchy,
is
so they
the
can't.
answer.
They're hamstrung.
Because I was planning to do a video on this, but I haven't had time to get all the sources together yet. But the only mention of rape culture, because rape culture was everywhere in
Service guarantee
2014. It was like,
citizenship.
rape culture, we have a rape culture in America, rape culture in England. It was like the racism of 2014. It's all around you. You can't touch it, but it's totally there, right? However, that has almost completely disappeared from the news media. The only mention I've found about it is one court case that was going on in England about rape culture. Otherwise, it just disappeared. And it's weird that the less we talk about rape culture, the more rape appears to be appearing in England.
Service guarantee.
Now, that was a
citizenship.
feminist argument. We need to get back to talking about rape culture
Yeah, unironically.
so we can fix this problem. Yeah, I mean, there are like legitimate rape cultures in the world, and they are, they're in certain areas.
I read
it's
an
not good.
article from India recently where, so there was an ambulance driver who arrived at a home where a man was injured, and instead of helping the man, the driver raped the daughter.
I've heard this story, yeah.
It's like,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
gotta
I
be made
read
up.
that.
There's no fucking way.
No, it's real. Dude, India's fucked, man.
India's
Like-
really rough for women, yeah.
I know. Drybread said, and also honestly, Stardust has said this too. That like they don't want to go back to India because of just how shit it is for Indian women, and they're like, I'm not going back. Fuck that. I'd rather stay in the West. And it's like, you know what? Yeah, fair enough. I wouldn't want to either.
You told me about him. Now he's in my chat too. I gotta bring him on the ArchCast at some time. Any non-communist friend of Dev.
He is a Let's Player.
Fucking rarity.
And he's he actually lives reasonably close by to me. And he's been watching me for a while.
Oh, nice.
But yes, so here, I should probably fill Taftage in a little bit on the drama, since we do have 10 minutes before this starts up. Because actually,
10 minutes to cover your drama? You sure you don't mean 10 hours?
Yeah, while I was setting up, Drybread came into my chat and he's like, dude, why does Arch's chat hate you so much? And I'm like, okay, there's layers to this.
There's layers.
I mean, part of it is going to be because, Arch, your chat is probably more right-leaning than you are, I think. Like, you're more right-leaning than me for sure, but your chat is more right-leaning than you.
You cast aspersions upon me, Dev.
What? I'm not using that as an insult. I mean, Taftage is more right-leaning than both of us, I think.
In some ways.
Dev, I'm a left-winger, okay? I want the government to nationalize natural resources. I don't know why you're bringing up this shit.
I mean, Taftage, I've read your essay on why democracy sucks. You are the cool schizo-fascist in the friend group.
Yeah, I keep banging on this drum.
But yeah, so basically, like, a lot of the initial hate that I got started when I said that Trump actually lost 2020, and that it wasn't stolen from him, and that all the coping was literally just that. It was just coping. And that earned a whole bunch of ire right away. And then ever since then, there's been I've become more knowledgeable about things. I've looked into things, and I've identified places where the right wing is just factually incorrect. And I'm not shy about saying those things. And so right wingers tend to hate me for it, which is why we've now reached a point where half your chat believes that I actually am a serious communist, and I'm going to backstab you for clout someday, and all this I've seen the comments, all this crazy insane shit.
To be fair, you probably are.
You think I'm gonna backstab you one day?
Everybody else has.
Wait, hold on. Has Sargon backstabbed you?
Not yet. I'm sure he's planning it.
I believe in the
Heresy's
eternal
the
Arch
question.
Sargon
Fire is
friendship.
the
I'm
answer.
rooting for you guys. But yeah, I mean, Dev, you're I very much relate, because I feel like I don't really have a tribe. Like, you say that I'm more right wing than
Service
both of you.
guarantees
In some ways,
citizenship.
that's true, but in many ways, it's not. And I oftentimes find myself at odds with right wingers just on individual issues, because I think that they are engaging in kind of tribalistic, I don't know, falsity, where they're just kind of making things up that feel good. And it's very frustrating to me, because I want to talk about the issues with immigration, but I want to talk about the real issues. And I'm sort of annoyed sometimes when people focus on things where it's no, we actually have good reasons to maybe be questioning these things, and maybe we don't need to focus on I don't know, stories that are breaking, that kind of stuff. So yeah, I relate to always ending up in this position where principles put one at odds
Heresy's the
with
question.
the tribal
Fire
identity.
is the answer.
And it's a struggle.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I know exactly.
But
what you
everyone
mean.
has that feeling, I think, sometimes. So
I think so too. Yeah, I'm sure you can go over to the left and find people who are man, Kamala's way too far left, and the Antifa goons on the left and the BLM people, all this fucking insanity on the left, dude. There's so much of it, and it's well, where does a reasonable center-left person who's just a normal tax and spend Democrat, where do those people go when the left is infested with fucking crazies, right? And I think the right has now also come to that point where they're also infested with fucking crazies.
yeah, I felt very disillusioned with the left, seeing the insanity that came out of critical studies, fields, and just general identity politics. Even trans stuff, there's just so much insanity. And it's very frustrating to bring to these people studies and facts and data, and you just get shouted out of the room. And so it's it's always frustrating when you see that happen in a tribe that you identify more with, because you want your own people to hold themselves to really high standards. So fun stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, they never do on either side. They never fucking do.
No.
Politics in some ways just inherently disheartening, because you always meet people who are just tribalistic. Okay, probably the craziest thing is I was Have you guys seen? There's this viral Twitter post from like it's like an old nostalgic tech Twitter account, right? Nothing political at all. And it has someone posted like an old computer from 1994 running like Doom 2, right? And people were like, "Oh yeah, dude, wasn't this the shit? This is awesome." And then Jack Posobiec hops in and like quote tweets it with MAGA 2024, and I'm like,
Heresy's
what the fuck are you doing? Like, how is this? This is not a political post. What are you doing here?
Yeah, totally. I mean, it really turns us all into brigands and
Everything is political
ruins.
now.
Yeah, it ruins like good, media and
guaranteed
stuff that is
citizenship.
representing eternal values, like Lord of the Rings. It turns into leftist garbage as soon as the ideologues get their hands on it.
I was talking to one of the countless people out there who
Heresy's
think
the
a
question.
dev is the Satan.
Fire is the
And
answer.
judging by like popular acclaim, I'm leaning towards their interpretation of reality at this point.
Oh, really? Why?
Oh, just in the numbers, dev. I'm a direct representative kind of guy.
Yeah.
See,
Whatever the
there you
people
go.
say.
That's why you should be anti-democracy, because there's a very loud number of people, as the number grows, who hate me, but all their reasons stupid. But as long as there's enough of them, then they can vote.
That's a persuasive argument, Dev. But what we're talking about is how everything has turned political. And this is exactly what happened before. Because when we had everything so nice, like when we had a beautiful world where the majority of us didn't need to give a shit about politics. Everything was running on rails, and politics was an impolite thing. You don't discuss politics or religion. And was only for a handful of nut jobs who's like, I like this candidate. Like, I don't fucking care. Government seems to be doing fine. But now that we are in a cultural crisis, now everything has to be political. Everybody has to be political. And that does reduce politics to the level of the common man. And that's probably actually not a good thing. As Churchill says, the best argument against democracy is a 5-minute conversation with the average voter.
Well, keep in mind, though, Arch, the right wing hates Churchill now. You've seen that, right?
Yeah, but I like Churchill. He's fat. And
No,
hello,
I've been watching Academic Agent for a while on the Churchill thing, and you keep saying that like Churchill is terrible because one, he fought against the wrong enemy in World War II,
I mean,
and
true.
two, he sold the British Empire to the Americans.
I mean, also true.
And it's like, okay, dude, but I think you might be missing a few other points in there. All right, it's not quite that simple.
Yeah, to be fair, the British Empire was fucked. Like, they were crushed under the weight of their obligations and debt after the Second World War. Like, you gotta remember, they owed America, like, five yearly budgets, at least, in just aid that they'd received. Like, the British Empire was gone.
Oh my God, $5 from Titanium. Why is Taftaj ASMRing into her mic? I can't be angry at the state of politics in my country when a sultry voice is talking at me.
Oh my God.
Lum Lum, you need to pick up on this too. Leaning
Yeah,
to the
Lumi,
mic
you're
and
here.
whisper.
Hi, Lumi.
I'm not. I was already told to do ASMR. I said no because ASMR is cringe and gay.
Lum Lum.
It's for Kuma.
I pay you. Do it.
Will you pay me $500 a week?
No?
And then I can quit my job, and then I'll do that.
She's a goddamn expensive ASMR artist.
So, by
And
the
I'll
way,
do Hello, Dev.
Taftaj, this is Lumi, probably not the Lumi that you know.
There's too many
Unfortunately
goddamn
not,
Loomies.
But
I-
lovely to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I need to fight the other Loomies for supremacy.
I think so. It's Highlander rules, right? Yeah.
Yes.
I
So,
believe
do
in
you all have the debate up, by the way? Because it starts in 3 minutes.
Yep.
I do.
I am I will stick around for a little bit of the debate. I have a Baldur's Gate 3 stream at 9:30. So,
Oh my God, you traitor!
I'm doing a video on the fucking debate after I'm done with my stream because people want a video instead of a stream.
There you go.
Oh, okay.
I did a
Lum
poll
Lum
on it.
is probably more on the Taftajian side of things, as she too has a problem with international capitalism.
What?
Who does?
Lum Lum.
You're both fascists, is what he's saying.
Yeah, basically.
I'm not a fascist.
How am I a
I
fascist?
like capitalism.
I like
a
capitalism,
post-fascist.
but I just don't like rich Californians buying up the nice properties here in the flyover states. They can go suck a fucking fish.
Listen, I agree with you. It's just really funny how that immediately turns into Eat the Rich whenever we're on the ArchCast.
It is.
Oh, I see you're bringing up the new picture, Arch.
Oh
The
God, is
Jews
there a new
are
picture?
everywhere.
Oh
The
boy.
Jews are everywhere.
My book club is reading Noticing by Steve Saylor, and he makes very similar arguments about like, you know, people buying up the land that like rural people own and getting them out of their communities. And he's like, you know, it's nostalgia and connection to the land is a very powerful force and should be respected and whatnot. But I will say, reading it, it just like reads as like leftism to me. So
Well, it's very like that's very similar to like what Christopher Latch writes about if you've read any of him, because he was a history professor and he wrote a lot. He was basically the guy who coined the term post-liberalism, and he wrote a lot about how the economic success of liberalism, and it has been a true economic success despite our current hardships, has also led to a complete devaluing of anything that's not considered directly material, which has led to some very serious emotional problems and communal problems among populations.
yes, but I also think that like I don't think it's devaluing so much as some people have the money to act on the things that they value. And if you have the money to act on those things and you really value land and fly over states, I think you ought to be able to purchase that land. And I think that that is a good thing because you have acquired that monetary wealth by delivering value to the society you live in elsewhere. So I think that that seems like a quite good equal exchange and a reward for people who are delivering a lot of value. And at the end of the day, one of
hold
my
on,
issues with noticing.
debates are starting right now.
We're jumping in. More on that later then. This is much more
Sorry,
interesting.
it's starting right now.
As a counter
Everyone
argument,
unmute your
by the way,
streams.
Lum, go find yourself a knife and a fork so you can come back here and just rub them against each other when Taftouch continues her capitalist domination.
Yeah.
Lum sounds a lot like Num Num.
This is an ABC News special. The most consequential moment of this campaign. Kamala Harris.
Together, we will chart a new way forward.
Donald
Oh
Trump.
God, I hate that speaking point.
What's that?
Which
So
one?
we will chart a new way forward. The whole change thing. Like, I fell for that under the Obama era. Like, change, good. I was like, okay, what did you change? Well, shit.
Good evening.
Not much, eh?
Thank you for joining us for
I hate these inconsequential sloganeering things that has become that has basically replaced policy discussions now.
Moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June.
Okay, I've cranked it up,
Since
chat.
then,
That's
this
as high
race
as it
has
can
taken
go.
on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes
Maybe I
with
can
2
adjust a bit
commercial
more.
breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution
Pussies.
Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing
No
statement. of
fun
the evening.
allowed.
Vice President
Indeed.
Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage.
Oh, God, she
Vice
does have a
President
mini
Kamala
podium.
Harris and President Donald Trump.
Oh, it is smaller.
That's kind of cute.
Oh wow, it is just shorter.
Good debate.
What's going on?
Thank you.
She needs to look tall.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both.
Are they
here
gonna
tonight.
shake
Good
hands?
evening. We are looking forward to a
They
very
did.
spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started.
Okay, that was a
I wanna
smart
begin
move
tonight
by
with the
Kamala,
issue that
actually,
voters
because that makes her
repeatedly
come
say
across
is
as
their
civil,
number
whereas
one
Trump was a
issue,
bit
and
more
that is the
hesitant.
economy and the cost of
Yep.
living in this country.
I hate
Vice
getting points
President
to your
Harris, you
enemy.
and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent
Don't do
on
it, Archer.
stage
Chat
here
will string
tonight
you up.
often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid. And I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing. And the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year, because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an
Billions
incorrect
and
statement.
billions
She
and
knows
billions.
that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world.
Tariffs aren't
And
great, by the way, guys.
Yes.
tariff will be
Tariffs
substantial.
Tariffs are
in some cases.
great.
I took in
Don't make me
billions
hit
and
you.
billions of dollars, as you know, from China.
We can
No,
debate it
no.
after,
They never
Arch.
took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're
And
taking
how are
in
you,
billions
Flash?
of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking
He's pivoting
jobs
to,
that are occupied right
immigration,
now
'cause he
by
knows he's strong
African
there.
Americans and
And he is strong there.
Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that
And again, he is strong
led
there
into
because
our
that is
country,
happening.
and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but
Do you
I would
notice
like to
how
let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
on the split screen they
I'd
make
love
her
to.
look
Let's
taller than
talk
Trump?
about what Donald Trump
Is it just
left
me?
us.
Just slightly, eh?
Donald
Like
Trump
2 or 3
left
pixels.
us the
Yeah.
worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald
and
Trump
why was
left
that?
us the worst public health epidemic in a century.
Yeah, and why was
Donald
that?
Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War.
Are you behind a bit,
And
Arch?
what we have done is clean up Donald
No, I'm
Trump's
late.
mess. What we
Okay.
have done and what I intend
Are
to
you?
do is build on what we know
I don't
are
think
the
so.
aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all, in this debate tonight, you're going to hear
Oh
from
God,
the
Kamala,
same
don't do
old
this.
tired playbook.
This is a bad move on her
A bunch
part.
of lies,
What
Did she
grievances,
just
and
get to the
name-calling.
health?
What you're going to hear tonight
No, she
is a
just
detailed
mentioned Project
and dangerous
2025.
plan called Project
And
2025.
Trump has a
that the
very
former
easy rebuttal
president
against
intends
that.
on
She should not
implementing
pivot
if
to
he
this.
were
That's bad for her.
elected again.
Yeah, he
I
disavowed
believe
Project
very
2025
strongly
because
that
it even
the
had
American
extremist
people
shit he didn't
want
agree
a
with.
president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with
Nothing to do
Project
with
2025.
2025.
Agenda 47,
That's
that's his
out
pro-
there.
that's his project,
I
Agenda
haven't read
47.
it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a
Yep.
group of
He
people that
slaps
got
her with
together.
that
They
immediately.
came up with some ideas. I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since
I don't think that's
1917,
true.
where 100 million people died. Has there been anything like it? We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic.
Yeah, Arch, even
we
your chat
handed
is saying you're
them
behind.
over a
You should maybe
country
check
where
on
the
them.
economy and
I
where the
was a little
stock market was
behind.
higher
Right.
than it was before
Let
the
me,
pandemic
I'll
came in.
reload it.
Maybe Ted should share his screen
These are
so
nobody
then
thought
everyone can
possible.
just see the same
And
thing.
people give me credit for
Refresh
rebuilding the
worked
military. They give
for
me
me.
credit for a lot of things, but not
Yep.
enough credit
It
for the
says
great
it's
job we
live.
did with the
Do you
pandemic.
have another
But the
source,
only
Deb?
jobs they got were bounce back jobs.
Nope, I'm
These were
using the one that you
jobs
linked. The
bounce
ABC.
back, and it bounced back and it went to their
Yeah,
benefit.
well, I guess that's
but
just
I
a-
was the one that created
one of those
them.
things
They
then.
know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So, Donald Trump has no plan for you.
Yeah, no, he slapped
And
her
when you
there.
look at his economic
That was
plan,
terrible.
it's all about
2025,
tax breaks for
bad
the
idea.
richest
It's
people.
like, oh hey,
I
he
am
gave us
offering
bad health.
what
Yeah,
I
because COVID.
describe as an
Poor
opportunity
times.
economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What
Trust the
Goldman
experts,
Sachs
not a
has
good move either.
said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
It's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors.
This again
think
is
my
not a
plan
very
is
good
a
attack,
brilliant plan.
because
It's a
Trump
great
can simply
plan. It's a
say,
plan
yeah, but
that's
I
gonna
did make a
bring
good
up our-
economy.
Our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't
What
have
are we
a plan.
watching?
She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences. Like run, spot,
run plan,
4
guys.
sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this, because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer.
Tariffs aren't good, guys.
Vice President
Sorry,
Harris
actually, I
has
don't agree with
argued
you.
it'll mean
Yeah.
higher prices
Tariffs
on
are
gas,
great.
food, clothing, medication,
Not from
arguing
an
it costs the
economic
typical family nearly
perspective, at least.
$4,000.
Not
They're
everything is
good
about
for-
economy.
Do you believe
this is
Americans
not
maybe
a
they're
economic
good for,
argument.
like,
prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher
Other
prices.
countries?
What's going to have and who's
Maybe
going to
people.
have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy, and all you have to do is
eggs are
look at
almost
a
like
poll.
$5
The
a carton
polls say
now
80
here.
and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was
And
terrible.
I just checked
Vice President
too.
Harris, I do
Yes,
wanna ask for
Biden
your
did
response to hear what
keep
the
Trump's
president said there, because
tariffs.
the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what
have a
that
point here,
requires,
unfortunately.
focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing
I mean,
on
she
investing
overblows
in
it. The US has
American-based
won the
technology
race for the
so that
21st century,
we
but
win the race on
details.
AI
She has the
and quantum
benefit
computing,
of hindsight,
focusing
too.
on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having, on the short end of the stick, in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
She nearly dropped the bomb
First of all,
there.
they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy.
This is actually
Everything
true because she
that
said some crazy shit
3
in
years
2020
ago
for sure.
and 4 years ago is out
Yeah,
the
but he should
window.
name the
She's going to
policies,
my
if
philosophy
possible.
now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And
Yes.
it will
Yes,
be
she
the
would.
end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her
Yes.
father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, is doing an excellent job.
This
but the
this
governor
talking point's
before,
so stupid.
he said
That's not
the
how
baby
it is.
will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential
A
pick
fine
says
dodge,
abortion
sir.
in the 9th month.
I mean, John
is
Shapiro would have been a
absolutely
lot
fine. He
better.
also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay
Yeah,
with
Roe v.
me.
Wade was actually
Hence the
pretty bad.
vote. But what I did is something.
I'm pro-choice, and it was still pretty bad.
52 years they've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now
I agree on
states
those
are
exceptions.
voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar Every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no
send
state
it back
in
to
this
the
country
state.
where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born.
fine.
Madam Vice President, I want to get your
I
response
think
to
he's very
President
wrong
Trump.
with execution.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies.
Yep.
And some
And that's
laws.
not actually a surprising
But yeah,
fact.
good that it went back to the states.
Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they
this
might
is
go to
actually
jail,
happening.
and
I've
she's
covered a few
bleeding out
stories
in a
like this.
car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that.
Welcome to democracy.
And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But
God, don't bring up
understand,
2025.
if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people
She was
believe
doing well there,
that
and
certain
then
freedoms, in particular
is
the
shooting
freedom to
holes
make
into her own
decisions about
campaign.
one's own body,
I mean, how do you think that
should not be made
'Cause
by
I
the
feel like that
government.
might play well.
Thank you,
with
Vice
people.
President Harris.
Well, there
Bring
she
up
goes
Project
again. It's a
2025.
lie. I'm not signing
Yeah, exactly.
a ban,
If
and
she
there's
had
no reason to sign
stopped-
a ban, because we've gotten
if she
what
had
everybody
stopped
wanted.
before Project
Democrats,
2025, she would have done
Republicans,
pretty
and
well. But now she
everybody
gives
else,
Trump an
and
easy
every
up.
legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a
And
little
Trump
time.
is quite strong on this
but
issue
for
too. Like, there's
52
very
years,
little
this
argument with
issue
send it back
has
to the
torn
state.
our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came
Well,
to
I
your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of when they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and
Oh,
it ended
good
up
one.
being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss,
This is a
if you call him
strong
a boss, he spends all his time on the
line
beach.
for him.
But look, her boss went out
All the
and
leftist
said, we'll do it
college kids are
again. We'll
mad.
do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been, part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D. And I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. So wonderful. Let's go to Congress. Do it. But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government, and we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade.
Oh, yeah,
and
she needs
as
to
you
dodge this one.
rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy
It's
to
very
term
rare, but it does
and
very rarely
asking
occasionally
for
happen,
an
yes.
abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening
I mean,
under
there's some
Donald
women
Trump's
that
abortion
use
bans.
abortions like it's birth
Couples
control.
who
So.
pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country?
She's not answering the
Working
question, and
people,
that's
working
good.
women who are working 1 or 2 jobs.
These are all
who
like
can
emotional
barely
appeals
afford
that will work with their
childcare
base.
as it
Yep.
is,
Yeah.
have to
I feel
travel
like she
to
should just say,
another
yes,
state
of course, there should be at least
to
some.
get on a
I mean,
plane sitting next to
Yeah,
strangers.
of course there should be.
But then
right,
she
I feel like
loses the
that
left.
shouldn't be
Healthcare
that
she
hard
needs.
to say.
Yeah.
Barely
Like,
can afford
the obvious
to do
restriction
it, and
is
what
like
you are
16
putting her
weeks, maybe
through
20, around
is
there, 4 to 5 months.
unconscionable.
Yeah, yeah. And most
the
people
people
agree
of
with that.
America have
Even
not.
most-
In 5
the
months
majority
is
of
pushing
Americans
it
believe
a
in
bit,
a
in my
woman's right to
opinion.
make decisions about her own body, and that is why, in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice
Well,
President
shit,
Harris.
then
I have
let
to
the
respond.
people vote for
Another
freedom then.
lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay,
Honestly,
would
these
you
are
do
both
that?
good questions. They should both answer them.
Why don't you ask her
Why-
that
why
question?
don't you
That's
answer the
problem.
question? Would you
Because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question.
you
They
could-
are
you
both
could do
dancing around the
abortions in the
questions. They
7th
both
month,
like
the
yapping.
8th month,
Ah, yeah, I
the
hate
9th
when
month,
politicians
and
do this.
probably after birth. Just look at the governor, former
The problem
governor
is she
of
doesn't
Virginia.
answer it.
The governor of Virginia
Yeah.
said,
Well,
we
neither
put
of
the
them did,
baby
to be
aside,
honest,
and
Arch.
then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President
I
Trump,
mean-
thank you.
Well,
We're
no,
gonna turn
he
now
answered
to
it because he
immigration and
answered.
border
See, this is the
security.
thing.
We know it's an
Send it
issue
back
that's
to the
important to
states
Republicans,
is the
Democrats,
answer.
voters across
Whereas
the board,
he
in
is
this
like,
country.
okay, you're going to not
Vice
send it back
President
to the
Harris,
state. What
you
is
were
your
tasked by
answer?
President
And she
Biden
doesn't.
with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America.
I
We
don't know.
that
So
illegal
far,
border
he's
crossings reached
rocking
a
her.
record high in the
She's
Biden
not Bidening
administration.
it.
This
I will
past
say
June,
that, but
President Biden imposed
I do
tough
like
new
the whole,
asylum
I'm a
restrictions.
leader
We
on
know the numbers since
fertilization.
then have
Good
dropped
job, Trump.
significantly.
Well, he is. Grab
But
him
my
by the
question
pussy.
to you tonight is why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone,
This is completely
called
true,
up
yeah.
some folks in Congress
recall
and
following
said,
the
kill the
story.
bill.
Yeah,
And you know
there's
why?
asterisks as
Because
well.
Wasn't
he'd
that bill
prefer to
tied
run
to
on a
Ukraine
problem
funding?
It was
instead
tied
of
to a
fixing
ton of other
a
stuff.
problem.
Yeah.
That's okay,
And
though.
understand,
That's the art of the
this
deal,
comes
man. You
at
make
a
deals.
time
It
where
is, but it's
the
like a little
people of our
disingenuous to
country
say, like,
actually
they just
need a
killed, like,
leader
the border protection
who
dogs.
engages in
So much more
solutions,
But yes,
who
this is, like,
actually
based to her
addresses
and good,
the problems
but-
at hand. But what we have
Yeah.
in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is
windmills.
You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first.
Yeah,
and
you're
I pledge to you that I will.
Pause it for like 10 seconds
On
there.
that point, I want to get your response.
Share
Let me
goddamn
just ask,
screen
though,
with us,
why
Dev.
did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents
actually
and
want me to?
officers on the border.
First, let me respond to the rallies.
So we're all nice and lined
People
up.
start leaving. People
Sure.
don't go
I'll-
to her
I'll
rallies.
share
There's no
my
reason to
screen.
go. And
Unless
the
you have your
people that
commie
do go, she's
resources
bussing
giving
them in
you
and paying them to
advanced
be
info.
there. And then
Just pause it for
showing
like
them
5
in a
seconds and
different
we'll
light.
wind up.
Okay,
So
there it
she
is.
can't talk about
Can
that.
you hear
People
it?
don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest
Thank you,
rallies, the
Devlin.
most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed.
There was apparently
in Springfield,
there was a report
they're
of
eating the
someone
dogs,
saying
the people
that
that
he
came
found
in.
her
They're eating
neighbor
the cats. They're eating
with her cat
They're eating
hanging on the
pets
tree drying.
of the people that
Some
live
people have
there.
said this,
And
yeah.
this is what's happening in our country.
Don't eat
And
pets?
it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason
And
they go is they
apparently,
like what I say. They
Ohio,
want to bring
well,
our country
Springfield has been
back.
having
They
a
want to make
issue
America
since,
great again. It's a very
what,
simple
last
phrase.
year?
Make America great again. She's
Yeah,
destroying
but the
this
police have
country.
found
And
no
if she
credible
becomes
evidence of it,
president,
so
this
it's-
country doesn't have a chance
Right now, it's
of
just
success.
people
I mean,
Not
this
only
isn't like
success,
just pet
we'll end
thing.
up being
It's also
Venezuela
just like
on
crime, like
steroids.
I just want to
one
clarify here. You
Haitian
bring up
immigrant with
Springfield,
an invalid
Ohio,
license
and ABC News did
ran
reach out
into
to the
a
city
school
manager
bus
there.
and
He
killed
told
an
us
11-year-old
there have been no
and
credible
injured
reports
20
of
other
specific
kids.
claims of pets being
Aiden.
harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well,
All
I've
this.
seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is
The people on
this is a
television say
clear-
my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good
Yeah.
thing to say for a city
Dog
manager.
tastes a
I'm not
little bit like
taking this
beef,
from
But
to be
the
honest.
people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying their
manager.
Bad
dog
Dev.
was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no
Listen,
evidence of
sometimes
that.
you go
Vice President
overseas,
Harris, I'll let you
try new
respond to the rest
things.
of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme. This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election, I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former
probably all
Secretary
true,
of Defense
I
has said
think.
the nation,
Yeah,
the
it's like-
It's gonna be all
Republic,
East-
would never
it's gonna be all, like,
survive
Eastman-related shit.
another
Yeah,
Trump
doesn't reflect well on
term.
them.
And when we listen to this
Can't
kind
keep
of
it
I still
rhetoric,
don't like Kamala. I
when
think she's
the
fucking terrible.
issues
but-
that affect the American people are not
Harris
being
is the
addressed,
question.
I
Fire
think the
is the
choice is
answer.
clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond
Yeah.
here.
Thank you, because when I hear
quite the
that,
spin on it.
see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people, not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people whose were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And
Same
I got
response
to know the
last
parents
time,
and
but
the
still a good
family.
response.
They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper, he was no good, I fired him, so he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me they can write books, with nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody.
We've had
Look at the
record high
economy. Look at
growth,
the
by the way.
inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists.
Also,
They have the
inflation
same
takes like
people.
if you're
That's a
printing
good
money,
way
it takes
not
like
to
2
have
years to
books
kick
written
in.
about you.
And
But
Trump caused
just
a fair
to
amount of the
finish, I
inflation.
got
So
more
did Biden,
votes
but so
than
did
any
Trump. They both
Republican
did.
in
Yeah,
history
deficit just
by far.
increases under both
In
candidates.
fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you called
we
this
have
the
breaking
largest
news from
domestic
Lum Lum.
deportation operation
Chris
in the
Chan
history of our
endorses
country. You
Kamala
say you would
Harris.
use the National
It's
Guard.
over.
You say if things
Oh,
get out
no.
of control, you have no problem using the
With
U.S.
local
military.
police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher.
Oh, God, please lean into the
Take us
microphone
through
and
this.
say
What
one
does
at a
this
time.
look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many, many millions of criminals. They allowed
Service
terrorists. They
guarantees
allowed
citizenship.
common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in.
I
And
think
all
crime
over the
might be up
world,
in Europe, Trump.
Crime is down
Oh,
all
yeah.
over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse
President
me,
Yeah,
the
a lot
FBI
of cities aren't
they were
reporting a
defrauding
lot of
statements.
stuff.
They didn't include the
Yeah,
worst
I've heard that
cities.
too.
They
They're not-
didn't
they're not, like,
include
giving
the
the
cities
FBI their
with the
data
worst
anymore.
crime. It was a
Because
fraud.
it's not
Just like
mandatory.
their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000
Did she accidentally
agents.
say
Get
former
this,
vice president?
on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries.
This has nothing to do with
Frankly,
immigration.
the American people are exhausted with
That's
this
true.
same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case?
That wasn't
they said,
fair.
oh,
It's
that's
being
the
appealed.
toughest of them all.
Okay.
A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out.
That might have been Trump's
It's
worst
weaponization,
segment
and
because I
they
know the most
used
about
and
it.
it's never
But
happened in
holy
this
fuck.
Yeah,
country.
that's
They used
Crazy.
it to try and win an election. They're
President Trump-
fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails.
Some Americans want there to be a king.
Because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him.
And they're all
It's
my
up to the
Twitter
American
followers.
people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris,
listen,
in your
I love
last
Yellow
run
Flash,
for
but he was in the
president-
chat, Arch, being like, we want
This
Trump
is
as
the
king.
one that weaponized.
I was like,
not
that's not a good
me.
idea, dude.
She weaponized.
I
I
don't know about that.
probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy
President
with a fake
Trump.
Russia investigation
We do have a lot to
that
get.
went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking.
Yeah,
now
Kamala's
you don't.
flipped on a
you
lot
wanted
of things
mandatory
since
government
2020,
buyback
like a whole
programs for
bunch.
assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border
crazy
crossings.
policy
Now you're
positions.
taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why
Oh,
have
no,
so
she's gonna
many of
stumble
your
on this.
policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about
having a hard
fracking because we're
time
here
now.
in Pennsylvania.
As
I
if
made
she
that
had that
very clear in
power.
2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil.
And how are you going to pay for
had
that?
the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather.
My work
And my focus
related
then
to having a
on
friend.
protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down. And name calling.
that is
The
fucking
true
rich.
measure of the leader is the
Also,
leader who actually
she's stumbling
understands
kinda
the
like a
strength
drunk
is not in
person
beating
would.
people down, it's in
I know
lifting people
there's been like
up.
rumors of her
I
having
intend to
alcohol
be
problems.
that president.
President
Nah,
Trump,
she's
you were-
just stressed because she knows she's lying through her fucking teeth right
was a
now.
Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens.
She's probably
and a
trying to
great
remember
father,
what
and
she
I learned a lot
memorized.
from him. But I was
Probably,
given a
yes.
fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So
she's been
we
for
don't have to
that, you
talk
mean.
about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave
Defund
all
the
that
police, she's been
stuff
against
up
that.
very
No, Trump.
wrongly,
No,
very
Trump.
horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm
This is
talking
getting
now.
awkward.
If you don't mind,
This-
please.
Oh,
This isn't like
Does that
okay.
sound familiar?
This wasn't the snappy, fun exchange from
She went out.
2016. This was just weird.
She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis.
She did
she
do
went
that.
out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think
Wait, hold
of.
on.
Now she wants to
Transgender
do
operations on illegal
transgender
aliens. Wouldn't you
operations
support
on
that because you hate
aliens that
illegal
are in
aliens and you
prison.
don't like trans
This
stuff?
is a radical left liberal that
Maybe
would do
humans,
this.
like,
She
pay
wants
for
to
the government.
confiscate you
Guaranteed
guns,
citizenship.
and she will
Maybe.
never allow fracking in Pennsylvania.
Trump, you
If
gotta
she
rein
won
it
the
in, buddy. You're
election,
kind of just like spilling all the
fracking in
talking points, just
Pennsylvania
mixing
will
them up.
end on day
Right.
one. Just to finish, one thing so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out of it. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take
Build nuclear, guys. Come on.
400,
Yeah, nuclear.
500 acres of
Everyone's
desert.
oil
These
where
are
it's at.
not good things for the environment, as she understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy
Here
and
we
the role
go.
of the president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side
He was
killed.
breaking through a fucking
Ashley
window
Babbitt was
into
shot
the
by an
building, dude.
out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar, remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are
This
these
isn't an answer
people
to the
from
January 6th
countries all over
question.
the world, not
It's
just
back
South
to immigration.
America? They're coming in from
Not at
all
all.
over
I don't know,
the world,
but
David. All over the world. And crime rates
So
are
how
down
funny
all
you
over
guys.
the world because of
Are
it.
you
But
leaving,
when
Louis?
are those, David,
Yes,
when are
I
those
gotta-
people
I
going
gotta
to be
eat before my
prosecuted?
Baldur's
When are the
Gate
people
stream.
that
Gonna
burned
make
down
video on
Minneapolis
later.
going to be prosecuted?
Have fun
Alright.
eating,
Bye,
Frappy.
guys.
They went into
It was nice
Seattle. They
eating
took
you.
over a big percentage of
Likewise.
the city of Seattle.
Okay,
When are those
can you
people
drop
going
your
to be
Twitter
prosecuted?
in one of the
But let me
chats
just
so I
ask
can
You might
follow
ask her that question.
Yeah,
You
I'll
were the
send it to
president. You were watching it unfold on
Awesome.
Drop the not safe
television.
for
It's
work
a
one.
very simple question as we
No.
move forward toward another
Don't even
election.
post
I mean, I
Is
can
there
give her my
anything
not
you
safe for work
regret
one.
about what
Anyways,
you did on that day?
I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
Yes, sir.
I had nothing
See
to
ya.
do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement
I
officers were
don't
injured.
know about
And some
that.
died. And
He was
understand,
impeached, wasn't he?
the
Yeah, no, that's
former
true.
president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason.
But there's
Don't
this
go
is
back
not
to
an
Charlottesville.
isolated
You're gonna lose
situation.
this one.
Let's remember Charlottesville,
Oh, there we go. Charlesville.
where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches,
Oh, the tiki
spewing
torches.
anti-Semitic
Yeah, don't-
hate.
I must
And
have
what
like
did
polling data.
the
that
president
says this
then at the
point
time
polls really
say?
well.
There were
They keep
fine
bringing
people
it
on
up.
each side.
The
It's
fine
not true.
people
Let's
hoax.
remember.
The Holy Grail.
When it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you
shut
don't
your
like
whore
the
hole.
outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election
Yeah,
there will be
the
a
problem
bloodbath.
is that like she's
If
factually
this and
correct,
the
but she's
outcome of
really
this election
overplaying
is
her
not
hand.
to his
And
liking,
It's not working out for her.
let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course.
She
for
made
the
a good
future
argument and then she
and
lied.
not go backwards
Which is what
to the
she's done
past.
several
Let me
times
just
now,
follow up
undermining
here.
her point.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham,
Yep.
Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring
still bring it up.
2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come
I
she's
think
not
he's
doing
dodging
anything?
talking
And I'll tell you
about
what I would
January
do,
6th.
and I would be
Week on it,
very
and he
proud
knows
to
it.
do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of
You did
weeks
say that.
leading
I
up to
watched
this
you say
debate,
it.
you have
Holy
said,
fuck.
quote,
I
you
did
lost
too.
by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite
Oh
make
my
it, that you came
God.
up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you
He's
now
so drunk.
acknowledging that you lost in
No,
2020?
I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say that.
sarcastically.
But
You know
those-
that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016.
And this comes
you
across as
can't be beaten.
harassing. ABC is
The
bringing up
election,
this one
people
specific
should
thing
never
just
be
for
thinking
Trump
about
after
an
the other
election as
specific
fraudulent.
thing
We
after
need
Trump.
2 things. We need walls.
This only
We
makes
need-
Trump look
and
good.
We have to have it. We have to have borders.
He's right about needing
and we have to have
borders
good
and
elections.
good elections,
Our
but, like,
elections are
he is
bad.
undermining
And a lot
that
of
with
these
the Eastman
illegal
memos.
immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I
he said that
didn't
on Lex
detect the
Friedman's show,
sarcasm,
right?
lost by
I
a
think
whisker.
so.
We didn't quite
Yeah,
make it.
that's what he said.
And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them
No
Republicans.
Technicalities are
and said
important,
They
there
said
was
Trump.
we didn't have
widespread fraud.
standing.
God.
That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The President of the United States doesn't have standing.
This is a
That's
terrible
how we
attack
lost.
angle for
If
ABC.
you look
You're
at the
making him
facts,
look
and I'd
like
love to have you-
I don't
you do a
fucking
special
care.
on it.
This is another
I'll show
haranguing
you
attack on
Georgia,
Trump that
and
he
I'll
can
show
easily
you
wave
Wisconsin,
away.
and I'll show you Pennsylvania.
This is dumb.
And I'll show you
I don't
we
agree
have so
either.
many facts and statistics.
Listen, in
But
America,
you know what?
goddamn
that
it, we
doesn't
care
matter
about
because
law,
we have to
right?
solve the problem that we have right
Trump
now. That's
sounds
old
like he's
news.
floundering right
and
now.
the problem
He
that
does
we have
not
right
at all.
now is we have a nation in decline.
He sounds like Guinness
and
under
they have put
attack
it
on a
into
news station
decline.
he said would attack
We
him.
have a nation that is dying, David.
I mean,
Mr.
that is
President,
true.
Thank you.
But
Vice President
factually,
Harris,
he's
you heard the
incorrect here, and
president
he
there
doesn't
tonight.
seem to have
He said he didn't
answer
say
for any
that
of
he
it.
lost by whiskers, so he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
And there we go. Yeah, no, this is a pure 3v1 now.
So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very
That is
difficult
true,
time
Archie, yeah,
processing
because
that.
Yeah.
they are
But
softballing
we
Kamala
cannot
right now.
afford to have a president
I mean,
of the
this isn't
United
even
States
this isn't even a softball. This is like, hey,
attempts,
please attack your
as he
opponent.
did in the past,
Yeah, no, I
to
get it, yeah.
upend
Like,
Yeah,
the
they did
will
that
of
already,
the voters
too.
in a free and fair
Factually,
election.
they're correct,
And I'm
but
gonna
it's not
tell you
moderator's
that
place to do
I
this.
have traveled the world as vice president of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military
They
leaders,
aren't laughing
some
in
of whom
Germany.
work with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary.
Service
They said,
guarantees
why is the whole
citizenship.
world blowing up? 3 years ago it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president.
Yeah.
They were afraid
The world
of him.
leaders
China
thing is
was afraid,
nonsense.
and I don't
China
like
was
to use
afraid
the
of
word
him.
afraid,
North
but
Korea
I'm
was
just
afraid of
quoting
him. Russia was afraid of
China
him.
was afraid of
No
him.
one is afraid
North
of
Korea
Biden.
was afraid
No
of
one is
him.
afraid of Hillary.
Look at what's going on with
Not
North
Hillary.
Korea, by the way.
Kamala.
He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president, but when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got
He's still
no
in
votes.
office, Trump.
He got
Come on.
14 million
That
votes.
is
What
a
you did. You talk
good
about a
one.
threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you
Yep.
know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But
Mr.
he got
President.
14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she
You didn't
failed.
reply to the question,
and now
though.
she's running.
God damn it.
I don't understand it, but
Mr.
I'm
President,
okay with it
Mr.
because
President, your time is
I
up.
think
No,
we're
he
gonna do
did.
very well.
He absolutely. She accused him of not having respect. He absolutely had respect. Far more than
That's
Biden.
true.
President
Yeah,
Harris, in
that part is true.
December,
I do
you
think that
said,
part is
quote,
true.
Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well,
She would
let's
not.
understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock,
Israel
also
has some serious
understanding
problems,
that we must
but when
chart
it comes
a course
to
for a two-state
last year's
solution.
terrorist attack, they're pretty much 100% in
in
the
that
right.
solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security,
She was
self-determination,
strong
and the
on that
dignity they
until
so
the
rightly
two-state
deserve.
solution, which we all fucking
President
know
Trump,
by
how
now
would
doesn't
you
work.
negotiate with Netanyahu
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
she's
it's-
morally
and
correct,
also
but
Hamas in order to get the
idealistic.
hostages out
Yep, it's
and
never gonna
prevent the
happen,
killing
but
of
she has
more
to say it.
innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine
Service
and killed
guarantees citizenship.
millions of people when you add it up. Far worse than
Millions
people
of them.
understand what's going on over there.
Hold on there.
But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place
The whole
is going to
place
get
is
blown
gonna
up.
get blown up?
Arabs,
Come out. I'm doing what
Jewish people, Israel will be gone.
What the fuck, dude?
It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump.
Okay,
Now
wait.
Iran has $300
Stretching
billion
a bit
because they
here.
took off all
tanked,
the
like, the
sanctions that I
Iran
had.
deal
Iran
under
had
his
no money
presidency.
for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money.
Spheres
It was a
of
big
terror?
story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were
Oh,
broke.
terror.
Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you
Okay,
hate
I don't know
Israel.
about that, but
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy.
Oh, come
it is
the
well
fuck
known
on.
that he admires dictators.
He did say that,
wants to
Arch,
be a
but she's
dictator
stretching
on
what he
day
said,
one, according
for
to
sure.
himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is
and all of this is
well known
irrelevant because
that
there
these
was
dictators
peace
and autocrats
under
are
Trump.
rooting for
But
you to
here's
be
the thing,
president
Arch,
again
there's-
because they're so clear. They can manipulate
there's some evidence
you
that Trump's
with
decision to
flattery
move
and
the
favors.
embassy to Jerusalem is
that
what
is
emboldened
why
Hamas for the attack and
so many
last
military leaders
October,
who you
so
have worked with
things
have
take
told
time
me,
to heat
you
up.
are a disgrace.
Yeah, his
That is
policy-
why we
his
understand
plan for
that
Israel
we
is also
have to
pretty
have a
bad.
president
Sort of
who is not
dividing the
consistently
land.
weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including
again,
the importance of
I don't
upholding
care
and
at
respecting
all.
in
There was
highest regard
peace
our
under
military.
Trump.
Vice President
There was
Harris, thank
war
you.
unrivaled under
And she's
Biden.
the one that caused it. That's weak
Well,
on
I
national
get that
security
point.
by
Yeah, but it's
allowing
also-
every nation.
it's not
last
America's job
month
to, like, prevent
for the
every war
year.
ever.
168
Well, then
different
how
countries
did they
sending
prevent the
people
wars?
into our country. Their crime rates are
They
way
didn't,
down.
frankly.
Putin
Oh, yes, they do.
endorsed her last week.
America
Said, "I hope
is
she
the
wins," and I
deciding
think he
factor
meant it.
about whether or not there
Because
is a
what
war.
he's
If
gotten
America
away
says,
with
I'm
is
on your enemy's
absolutely
side,
incredible. It
there
wouldn't
is
have
no
happened
war.
with me. The leaders of
America
other
should generally
countries
be
think that
a little
they're
less
weak
involved
and
in this way.
incompetent, and they
America
are.
should
They're
be more
grossly
involved.
incompetent. And
Yeah, I
just
think so
ask
too.
one
More
question.
involved.
Why
Absolutely.
does Biden go in and kill the
I
Keystone
think what we're doing
pipeline
in Ukraine
and
is probably
approve
good,
the
but-
single
We
biggest
wouldn't have
deal
needed to
that
do this in
Russia has ever
Ukraine
made,
if we
Nord
had
Stream 2,
stood
the
up,
biggest pipeline anywhere in the
rearm
world going
NATO,
to Germany and all
up-arm
over
it,
Europe.
make the Western
Oh, God.
hegemony.
And they're ineffective. And
I-
Biden, by the way,
No,
gets
there's,
paid
like,
a lot of money.
complicated-
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to
I know.
get
we're on
to.
a break.
Really
We are
colored
back
on.
with much more of this historic ABC News presidential
There is
debate.
nothing
I think in
complicated
regards-
about
in
my
regards to
stick is
Ukraine-
larger than yours.
Well, here's the thing. If you are. This is kind of like the argument that conservatives will actually make, which is that the reason. Here, hold on, I'm going to mute the stream.
Yeah, I'm just gonna mute it too, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Also, Deb,
the
pause it for
reason
like 10
Russia
seconds, because you're getting
invaded at
further
all
ahead. I don't even know how.
Well, no,
NATO
Arch,
encroachment.
just real quick, Tefaj. Arch, just watch my stream in Discord.
Yeah,
No,
sure.
because then I can't clip
That's
it
what I'm
properly.
doing.
Oh no!
No.
In any case, though, just real quick, I think there's a pretty solid consensus now that that Hamas was emboldened to do the October 7th terrorist attack because of Trump's decision to move the embassy to Jerusalem in Israel. Now that doesn't justify it, obviously, but if we're talking about like what do presidents do? I mean, presidents can do something, and then the effect of that thing doesn't take place till after they're out of office. Right? It happens all the time. I mean, Trump spent a shit ton of money on COVID stimulus in 2020. The effect of that didn't happen until like 2022. So
What is that?
yeah,
Are they
it's not
emboldened?
as simple as Trump good, Biden bad because things happened when they were in office. It's not that simple.
In the case
I
of
guess
warfare,
I
it
haven't heard
absolutely,
this
actually,
argument.
unironically is. Because there is many factors leading up to a war, but the war must start. It is the idea of starting the war at a set time that determines whether or not a war begins. Like, Hamas would not have attacked Israel, I do not think, if they had the full backing of the US, and they had a person who they did not know how would react in the White House. Russia would not have attacked Ukraine.
I don't know.
I don't know if that's true. Israel has historically had lots of backing from the United States, and they've also had terror attacks from Hamas. I don't know if it's as simple as like them knowing that America has, Israel's back. We've had their back. We've continued to have their back. I think what, Dev, you're saying is that the movement of the embassy to Jerusalem provoked Hamas. Is that the argument? Can you elaborate on that? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah.
Yeah, which like.
Well, the way you can see
That's
this
probably
is the
true
Yom
in some
Kippur War. The Yom Kippur War is the ideal example of this. Israel knew it was going to be attacked. Israel wanted to strike first. They asked to strike first. America said no. Why? Because Israel knows without America, it's over. It's the same for the opposition as well. As American aid began to pour in, the Arab alliance faltered. America is the big stick. America is the decider of wars in the current day, and there is no power that can go up against it. It is the absolute.
I agree that America has incredible influence, but I also think that, like, America's not invincible, and America does not have unlimited money.
In a
And as,
conventional
like,
war,
as the
America
only
is invincible.
American, like, no, it's not true. Like, Americans
Absolutely.
have this obsession with invincibility, which just doesn't really exist. Now, in terms of like people invading the United States, yeah, I think that's quite unrealistic. But in terms of like blocking all missiles or nuclear warheads from outside the world, that is like a wholly unrealistic goal of Americans. And
Which is why I said conventional war.
yeah. So, point taken. I don't think people are going to invade America, but that's like all the more reason why we need to be judicious with how we apply force globally. And I know that, like, globally, everyone kind of wants America to be on their side.
Heresy's
But, like,
the question.
as the
Fire is
American
the answer.
in the chat, like, America fundamentally needs to prioritize Americans. And if we can help out, especially in somewhere like Ukraine, by giving them old,
Heresy's the question.
military
Fire is the
weapons that we
answer.
have, that's a very cheap way to hurt our enemies, while also securing potentially, future repayments for that. That's awesome. But like in terms of Afghanistan, in terms of the Middle East, we've been involved in a quagmire for the past 20 years. We've only just, gotten out of Afghanistan. We absolutely cannot repeat that again, no matter how much like people are, begging us to throw our sticks behind them, because there's always going to be people begging for that. And at the end of the day, like, it's not America's job to make sure that, we're taking every side in every war.
I think you're coming back.
Live from the
Slowly but
National
surely.
Constitution Center
But
in
no,
Philadelphia.
I'll give my retort real quick. We can do this afterwards because this is an interesting one.
It is.
America must be the big stick if America wishes to continue to be a nation in the modern world. Otherwise, it will become a China at best, a Russia at worst. That's my soundbite. Now then.
Vladimir Putin to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that?
Ooh,
and
now
I
that's a
wanna
good
ask a very
question.
simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it.
I don't think he'll be
That
able
is
to
a
do this.
war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never
Service
happened.
guarantees
And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it, and now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's... Where is our president?
We're not quite that
We don't
year
even know if he's
there
a
yet.
president.
And just to clarify
they
here...
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interests for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give
now
up
you're arguing
for
World
the
War
sake
III,
of
Kamala.
favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator
Listen, Arch,
who would eat
if
you
World
for
War
lunch.
III is going to come, it's better to fight it than not.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and now, please, I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow, much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen. He's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO.
Yes, America. Yes, you were.
By saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did.
Is it $300 million
And
a
as
day
a
for
result,
Afghanistan?
America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a
Jesus.
day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president,
She corrected the Biden quote.
one of the
Good.
weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker.
Heresy is
Even
the
his
question.
national security
Fire is the
advisor said
answer.
it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation
Heresy is
involved
the
the
question.
Taliban getting
Fire is the
5,000
answer.
terrorists, Taliban terrorists released. And get this, get this. And the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So, if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And
This is correct.
Abdul
The Taliban was the
head
government.
of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement
That was
negotiated
good.
by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful
I'm pretty
military
sure a bunch of that
behind.
equipment was
And just
sold off to
finish,
Russia.
They blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And
Yep.
these people did the worst.
And Biden had
withdrawal,
confidence
and
in
my
the
opinion,
Afghanistan
most
security
embarrassing
forces,
moment
which
in the history
wouldn't
of our country.
collapse.
And by the way, that's why Russia
They
attacked
instantly
Ukraine,
collapsed in like a
because they
day.
saw how incompetent
What a shit
she
show that was.
and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr.
Oh,
President,
holy
you
shit.
recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black.
Well,
I want to ask a bigger
To be
picture
fair,
question
Kamala
here
has done
tonight.
the I'm Indian,
Why
I'm
do you
black thing a
believe
few
it's
times.
appropriate to weigh
Yeah,
in
no.
on the
She
racial
absolutely
identity
has.
of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is.
She is both,
Because
yeah.
she has
Like,
claimed
of
it.
course.
You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm
I
asking.
don't know. I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think it's, honestly, I think it's a
Which one are you gonna
tragedy
pick,
that
Kamala?
We have someone who wants
Kamala,
to be
he just said he
president
doesn't
who
care.
has
And your race doesn't
consistently,
matter.
over the course of his career,
Heresy
attempted
is
to
the
use race
question.
to divide
Fire
the
is
American
the
people.
answer.
I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying
You're
to
the only
divide
one
us,
talking
and
about
especially
race
by
here,
race.
Kamala.
And let's
You and
remember
ABC are the only ones
how
bringing
Donald
up
Trump
race.
started. He was a land. He owned land. He owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent.
Did Trump
property
refuse
to black families.
rent property to black
Let's
families?
remember,
Is that
this
true?
is the same individual
I'm not sure.
who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central
come on,
Park
Trump.
5.
You've got their counter on this one.
Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want
Wait, this happened back
better
in
than that.
1973.
Want better than this.
Yeah, she's
Want someone
giving
who
deep
understands,
cuts.
as I do, I travel our
Look at Central
country.
Park 5.
We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people?
No, because that doesn't mean
regardless
shit.
of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those.
You don't
not
have
in
all the
hate
same
and
dreams and
division.
aspirations.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your 3rd time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty.
I don't know
And I
this
said,
story,
well,
the
if they
Central
pled
Park
guilty,
5. I don't know
they
what's going on
badly
here.
hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one
Well,
of the
that's right.
greatest
True.
economies
Yeah, so
in the history of the world.
going after
and
Trump
I'm
for
gonna
the
build it again. It's going to be
1973
bigger,
race
better, and
thing,
stronger.
It's
But they're
weird to
destroying
do
our
that when
economy.
people
They
won't
have
go
no
after,
idea what a good
Biden's,
economy is.
predator's comment from
Their
back in the
oil
day.
policies, every single policy. And remember this. She
I
is
am
Biden.
disappointed, though,
You know, she's
huh?
trying to get away from
She-
Biden.
she-
I don't
he
know
should have
the
gone
gentleman.
like,
She says she is Biden.
I didn't withhold
The
evidence for a
worst
death row
inflation
convict,
we've
at
ever
least.
had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up,
I
Lindsay.
want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country. One who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead
Change!
of always
For
disparaging
change's sake!
the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction to pursue their ambitions,
These
their
are not good
innovation, their
policies, to be
ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000
though.
down payment assistance for
Oh, God,
first-time home buyers.
these aren't great. Okay,
That's
that last
the
one
kind
with
of
the houses is not a
conversation
great
I believe,
policy.
But, like,
David,
okay,
that people
but-
really want
Subsidizing
tonight.
demand.
She's
as
now
opposed
literally
to a
saying,
conversation that
the
is
American dream
constantly
is
about
me giving you
belittling
gibs.
and
I will
blame
give
for
you
it.
money
No,
for the
let's
American
turn this
dream.
Telling you that I'm
Vice
not.
President
And move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's
Trump,
turn
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy,
She has
please.
a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay. Thank you,
That's
Mr.
what her
President.
plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond
President
because
Trump,
no, the
President
former
Trump.
president has said
No, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry.
I
We're
just
gonna
need to
move on,
respond
Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he has
President
said.
The end
Trump,
of
this is
debate shit
now
show,
your
it always
third time
happens.
running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare. Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it, and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones, too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no,
2 months
you still
away.
do not have a plan.
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president
This is
right
not
now.
a great
But
view.
if
It's not a great look.
we come up with
Yeah, it's like
something,
when
I would only
communists
change it if we
would be
come up with
better.
something that's better and less expensive.
me.
And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not-too-distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years
We're
as
going
vice
back.
president, private health care options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has
Okay,
made.
well, she
I've
doesn't
made
have a
very
plan
clear my
either,
position
so
on
shit.
fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said, at the time because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't.
John McCain is based,
No,
by the
you
way.
don't. No,
I'm
you
fully
don't get rid
McCain-pilled
of the
at this point.
Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And
A
what
man
the
dies
Affordable
and
Care
suddenly
Act
all
has
this
done is
shit he did is
eliminate
forgotten.
The ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be
Then who is going to
strengthen
pay
the
for
Affordable
it?
Care Act, not get rid of it.
Vice
Pass this
President
prologue
Harris, thank
in terms
you.
of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a
She
lot
made a
of...
mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get. People are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you.
Did Trump
1
say it's a
minute for you
hoax?
each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax.
Like so much shit.
And what we know is that it
He
is
just
very
spouts
real.
whatever
You
the
ask
fuck.
anyone who lives
So I'm
in
sure
a
he
state
said
who
the
has
opposite as well,
experienced
where
these
it's like-
extreme
Yeah.
weather occurrences, who now is either being
I don't
denied
recall him
home
saying it was
insurance
a
or
hoax,
it's being
though.
jacked up. You ask
He might have.
anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs.
Hold on.
And I'm also
You are
proud
investing
to
in
have the
clean
endorsement
energy
of
by
the United
opening
Auto Workers and
factories
Sean
across the
Fain,
world.
who also know that part of
see.
building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing
Wow, sounds like
what
something
we
you
can
do with
around
tariffs.
American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not
God, the
closing them
fucking
like
tariffs.
happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it.
Oh, God damn it.
Between him and
Just
his son.
build nuclear reactors. That needs to be the answer to this.
Countries, and then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
I'll mute it again as the ads
We'll be right back with
start
closing
rolling.
statements from both of our
Okay.
candidates. An historic night.
And the nuclear thing's interesting to talk about, because I think there's a very real sense in which people fear nuclear because it's association with bombs, and because the technology that allows for creation of nuclear power plants could also be like transferred into skills for bombs. So
And Chernobyl.
yeah, and
Fukushima.
also think like these big disasters, which they're rare enough that it's like not so much of a concern, but
The only nuclear reactors that are dangerous nuclear reactors are the ones constructed in the Soviet Union. Or by the Japanese, who are like, this is a fault line in a tsunami zone.
To be fair, the entirety of Japan is a fault line, Archer.
Yeah, so they shouldn't get nuclear.
yeah, I mean, I think we certainly don't want someone like, Iran to have nuclear power plants. Like, I think that we are pretty cautious about encouraging nuclear power abroad, just because we don't want everyone to have it.
This is why we need to return to the American superpower, weaponize space. The moment we get so much as a fucking reading from another nation, rod from God.
That's the way.
Yeah, I agree.
That's the way, man.
colonizing space would be awesome.
Hold on, Iran.
Yep.
Is that a nuclear reading I got there? I'm gonna have to glass your entire countryside. Sorry, you know the rules.
Based. Listen. 100%, I am all for American worldwide hegemony. Give it to me. It's time.
Western.
So,
You fucks can't be trusted.
regarding the actual content of the debate, like, I don't think either of them are winning, and I don't think either of them is a particularly good candidate. I think like they're both shit for different reasons, but they're both shit.
I definitely disagree. Trump is coming out up better for the simple reason that, one, he's clearly the person under attack. He's in a hostile platform. He's 1v3. And neither of them are stumbling much, which kind of levels that up. It's like, if everything else was equal, I would say they were equal. But because this is an ABC debate, I give it to Trump.
I think I got to give it to Kamala, to be honest. And I think part of that is the format, like you're talking about. But also, I think that Kamala has done such a good job, like, espousing the most moderate opinions. She was, like, pro-oil. She's, like, espousing pro-law and order positions. She seems to be morally right on Israel and Ukraine. And
morally right on Israel? Really? The two-state solution, morally right?
Well, I mean, I think it's idealistic is the problem. Like, of course, I would love for there to be a two-state solution that allows for, like, the safety of Israel. And I think, like, it's right that Israel should be able to defend itself. And, you know, it's right that the Palestinian death is, like, a horrible thing that, like, ideally we would not have. I think the problem with her is that, like, you know, I think that there's, like, very serious practical issues with a two-state solution, and any solution wherein Palestinians,
Service
you
guarantees
know,
citizenship.
do not have their fundamental moral issue solved and feel like they don't have to attack Israelis, which is going to be really hard to do without having Israel make serious compromises, which I don't think that they're going to do. They're just not in a position where they're going to do that. So,
to be honest, I think that even if Israel gave them everything they wanted, they would just want more, because the long-term goal is to get all the Jews out of the territory of Israel.
Yeah.
So
they're objecting to Israel because they're Jews. Let's just make that very clear too. Yeah. Like, we've been torturing this fucking dog for 77 years. I don't think that's a moral solution anymore. At this point, you shoot the thing and move on.
Yeah.
Oh,
so, like,
the thing is,
here's the thing. So here's the thing, right? Like, either the Palestinians take over the entire area and the place becomes another Arab country, or Israel colonizes the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, and that's it. That's how this is going to end. There will be no two-state solution in the long term.
Unfortunately, yeah, I think that's probably the most realistic scenario. Most realistic is, you know, Israel colonizes the Gaza Strip.
Yeah, that'll probably be what happens.
Yeah, I mean, I would love for a two-state solution to be viable. So,
but it's not going to be viable. Here, let me jump in here because I don't think we have much time left. Everything you said is mostly true, Taftaj, but the problem is that, like, what you're saying makes sense for, let's say, the normie viewer, but people who are plugged into politics know that all of these have been flip-flops, and she has flip-flopped on a lot of this shit, and, like, it all sounds kind of disingenuous coming from her.
She has done a fine job of getting rid of all of her political positions.
Vice President Harris.
Yeah, she's moderated a ton.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country.
We're back.
One that is focused on the future.
Have we heard visions for our country?
And the other that is focused on the past. And an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about
Didn't hear any concrete plan on that, though.
Hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need.
I don't know if that's what a prosecutor does, no.
And is not putting themselves
ask
first.
if you're okay.
I intend to be a president
Hello.
for all
Not really your job.
Americans.
I'm here to throw your
And
fucking
focus
ass in
on
jail.
what we
But
can
are you
do over the
okay?
next 10 and 20 years
She's a
to
therapist.
build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border.
Yep,
They've
this
had
is a good
3.5
argument from
years
Trump.
to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it, and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack, we're not going to take fossil fuel, we're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it.
Yep.
We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military.
You also
She
gave
gave
it to
a lot of
Ukraine,
it
which is
away
based.
to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm
Whoa, I've never seen this before.
the world and
What?
Okay. One of my
brain.
mods in my stream chat had just had their message deleted specifically by the Google moderator team.
Oh.
Ooh, nice.
I wonder what you said.
They're just dropping ends.
Google's coming for you. Run and hide. Bitch, you go and get Googled.
Wow. Okay. So that was the debate.
That was a debate indeed.
I'll stop streaming it. And I'll,
Yeah, that was quite a debate. Huh?
it sure was something. I don't fucking know what though.
I mean, I think you're right, Dev. You're saying that like there's a lot of flip-flopping going on with Kamala. I mean, leading up to this debate, I've been like listening to some of the things that she's been saying. Some of the
Defend
policies
your kittens, Jet.
and they've just seemed like so insane. But I think that she moderated a lot in the debate and looked a lot stronger than she has looked in the past.
Yeah, the issue is that if you've been following her for a while, you know that a lot of it is probably just her saying whatever the fuck she wants. Like, yeah, I don't trust it basically because I've heard her say insane, like back during like 2020 BLM, George Floyd stuff. She was saying some insane bullshit. I mean, okay, she was on the Jussie Smollett train about how like that hoax. Yeah, she was on that shit. Like, she just seems to be someone who jumps on the latest thing no matter how fucking crazy it is. She's said some very radically left things in the past. She's now walking it all back because she's trying to appeal to the center, and I don't necessarily trust her, frankly.
Kamala Harris's greatest achievement in this debate was abandoning every piece of fucking land she's ever stood upon.
But for better land, at the very least.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, for better land. But there's the thing, though. Are we simply the rubes now? Is the snake oil salesman coming to us and going like, hey, this time it'll work?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I guess it kind of hinges on, like, whether or not we think that she has some, like, real deeper agenda that she's trying to institute. And I'm not sure she does. Like, I mean, Dev, you're saying that she kind of just bandwagons. That seems plausible to me. This was, like, something, there was a talking point about Hillary Clinton as well, where she, like, seemed not to really have, like, deeper underlying values. And ideally, we do want a leader with deep, like, underlying values that represent us. So
I think she's got values. I think that's the problem.
Yeah, so
maybe
there's like
question.
two
Fire
there's
is
two
the
ways to view it,
answer.
right? Like one of them is when you genuinely change your mind because your opinions before were bad and you've now been more educated, you've seen the light, you've come to a different position, and so you change your mind, right? And then usually you get called a flip-flopper. That was a big thing, I think, in 2004 with who was it? John Kerry? There was like I think Bush called him a flip-flopper like constantly. It's like, well, hold on. Don't you want your opinions to change if you encounter new evidence? That makes complete sense. But then the other half of it is that your opinions didn't actually change. You simply know what to say because it's currently popular, but you're not actually going to do any of that. That's the other possibility, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Like, she is a politician, and she comes across as a politician. And I've had enough of Oh, holy shit. Just as a slight side, Mexico has apparently gone full cray-cray, and the Senate has been stormed by angry mobs.
Oh my god.
Oh, are they having their own January 6th?
Yep, apparently.
Not great.
Damn.
Okay, well, Mexico's having fun. That's good for Mexico.
I wanted Arch to ask you a little bit more about foreign policy because, admittedly, like, you know, I'm no foreign policy expert, but I'm curious about your take and where you see people with my kind of worldview generally going wrong.
Well, you're gonna have to be a bit more specific, because I don't want to assume your worldview.
Yeah, well, to be fair, like I said, you know, no expert. I guess what I said earlier was that America should be like quite judicious in how it involves itself overseas. I'd be curious about where you see like the limits and the obligations of a country as powerful as America.
Well, the obligation is to itself, and in this case, it is to the West as a larger power block entity. The Western culture is the world's culture right now, and the West is in a position now to enforce its culture upon anyone it damn well pleases. And seeing as our culture is significantly, observably better than anyone else we see, we should do so. Now, how we do that is very important, because you are entirely correct. America can ill afford another Afghanistan, or Klandathu. Because that was a dumb war. It was a dumb conflict. America was trying to not win, in essence. It's the same with Vietnam. America has this problem where it will enter into a war, and then it will sit there going like, oh, but should we really be doing this? Oh, no.
Yeah.
Like, no, if you're going to do this, you're going to have to fucking do this. But America needs to maintain its hegemony, because if it doesn't, China sure as fuck is. And China has no compunctions with colonizing other nations. China is full national imperialism. They will move into an African nation, and they will turn it into Little China, where they worship the Chinese.
Yeah, well, I'm very sympathetic to the position that we need to be primarily focused on like main geopolitical rivals. So like Russia and Ukraine, like I said earlier, like that's a great opportunity to, you know, cheaply, you know, put a real dent in the Russian manpower, because we're not putting boots on the ground at the end of the day, and we are supporting Ukrainians who are going to fight like hell with weapons that we're not using. That seems, you know, great for me, great for Americans. And if we can do similar things with China and whatnot, yeah, that is definitely welcomed, because I am not a fan of, you know, I don't want to live under, you know, Chinese hegemony for sure.
Yeah, the West needs to start waging proxy wars again. They need to go to Vietnam, who is begging to be accepted into the Western sphere of influence, and go, yeah, we're going to ship everything through you. We're going to make you the new China. We are going to make you outcompete China. And if there's a war, we'll throw Vietnamese people at them.
To be fair, I have heard that a whole bunch of manufacturing that Americans sent to China has now been being moved to Mexico.
Yep,
Yes.
because Mexico is a safer sphere of strategic influence. It's still not good, though, because Mexico is not a country you want the majority of your industry in, due to the fact that Mexico isn't run by the fucking Mexicans.
Yeah, there is a lot going on here for sure, but yeah, just there was a super chat that you got, Arch, earlier. I noticed it because I'm watching both chats, and like the guy was like, Russia has a right to defend itself against American expansion into its territory. I'm like, what alternate universe do you fucking live in?
Assuming that Ukraine
This is
already-
100% correct. It is 100%
God.
correct. Russia has every right to look at a major military alliance creeping up on its borders and going, hey, I don't like that. You know what else is true? Us expanding our military alliance and saying, tough shit, deal with it, bitch.
They can dislike it, but like invading another country is like not a precedent that we want globally whatsoever.
Yeah, but there's the thing. Why don't we want that precedent? We don't want it because we can win without invading anybody.
Yeah, exactly. We want people to compete economically and culturally. And we don't
Exactly,
want,
'cause
like,
we're winning.
the people who are like most violent and savage to win. So,
And again, that's the thing. Like, we have discovered a set of rules that benefits us, and we are now enforcing that rule set upon everybody else.
and that rule set is like Western culture, though.
Yes.
Right? It's like all the things that made Western culture fantastic. And one of those things is the concept of private property. And I think that we've expanded that idea to nation states to say that you can't come into another nation state to property owned by other people and violently take it.
Yes.
And that is, yes, one of the best things about the
But
Western world.
we also ignore the shit out of that whenever we want to. Afghanistan, Vietnam, etc.
Yeah, that's true. And I think it's, we
To be
just,
fair with hold on. Afghanistan
Iraq.
doesn't work there, Arch, because of 9/11. With Iraq, it works. Yeah. Iraq
Yeah,
was
but
like a
again,
fucking
that
shit
was
show.
like, hey,
Yeah.
hey, we think you supported this attack. What? Boom.
Yes, that's what it
Again,
should be, Arch. is
that's the
if
thing.
If you get attacked, you should stomp them into the ground. Yes.
The
of course.
rule set is whatever the fuck we say it is, and that is fine. But we need to embrace that. We need to stop with the whole, like, oh, you can't do that. Why? It's mean. No, you can't do that. Why? Because we fucking say so.
Well, it's both of those things, though, Arch. It's because we say so and because it's bad.
Oh yeah, we
It's
back it
both-
up
it's-
with a
it's
moral
both- it's
claim.
both-
Like, as
yeah, it's both
every
strength and
other
moral, yeah.
dominant culture goes, we're like, oh, this is my stick. What would you write on it? Oh, morals, Western philosophy, but it's still a stick.
Yeah, but you need both of them, though. I think is the point here, is that you need both of those things.
Yeah, but again, the fascists would just pick up the exact same stick and write new words on it, and it's the exact same stick.
Yes, but it wasn't simply a power calculation that made them lose and us win.
Oh,
and also,
of course it was.
Well, no. And also, it's not simply a power calculation that makes our society better to live in for the average person.
Oh no, it's not. It's not only like we obviously value our society, and like I said, we have objectively superior morals. But at the end of the day, you can have the best morals in the world, but if your neighbor has a larger stick than you, they matter for fucking naught.
That is true, yes. But also, the morals direct how you use the stick, which will create a better or worse society down the line.
To a degree, but there's also the problem with how we are currently wielding the stick. We are actually currently bound by the stick, which is why we are not capable of wielding our cultural imperialism in the way that we should.
I agree, which is why we should be supporting Ukraine with 10
Service
times the
guarantees
amount
citizenship.
of munitions. Send over even more stuff. Give it to them.
Bleed, Russia.
I think
Dev.
Ukraine is
Bleed.
kind of like an easy one too, in a way, because it's much more, I think, morally clear, at least for me, and Israel maybe to a lesser extent. But then also, like, the further you get away from these sort of headline-grabbing geopolitical conflicts, you get into murkier waters really, really quickly. And I think that is when Americans find themselves in these situations where we are only tenuously related to the fundamental question. Like, our actual actions are only tenuously related to the stated cause for involving ourselves. And then we have suddenly a Vietnam or an Afghanistan where we're stuck there because the mission objective was not clear from the beginning and we weren't able to execute on what we did say we were going to do. And that is kind of the failure state that we've seen play out over and over again.
Also, as another side, according to Boog, the reason why the Mexican parliament is currently being stormed is they tried to pass a law that removes private property.
Holy shit.
Now, this is in Mexicanese, so I don't fucking know. I'm just taking his word for it, but...
Boog, you are now the new communist of the group. Mexico, the People's Republic. So, okay, you were talking about tariffs earlier, Arch. You want to get into your pro-tariff stance?
Oh, fuck yes. Tariffs are the best thing ever.
Okay, go ahead.
Elaborate on that.
Because America is currently in a competition with China, an economic war. The tariffs will prevent China's influence over America, or at the very least, it will diminish it. It will give a fair bit of money. Some of that money will go away, and it will also encourage actual American businesses. See, that's what Kamala goes to. Well, we need small businesses. We need businesses in America. But you're competing with a country that has access to basically the same technology as you, but vastly more affordable manpower, and a hell of a lot more of it. The best way to do this is to actually begin isolating your nation, because if you're going to wage an economic war, you have to wage it on your principles. The open market is the best conceivable solution when everybody is playing with an open hand, when everybody is opening and going into it with the assumption that this is to each other's benefit. When one player, however, has a loaded deck and comes in to cheat everybody else, you need to get them out. And one of the best ways to do that is tariffs. Now, it will make things more expensive in America in the short run. It absolutely will, no doubt about it. But the aim is for American industry to rise in the power vacuum that will, in essence, be created by this, to replace those products that America has grown reliant upon from its strategic enemies.
So this is the Singapore argument, then, basically.
Well, yeah.
I don't know, Dev. I came up with this on my own.
Lots of people will get arguments like this about tariffs. Yeah.
Oh no, go ahead.
Well, it's people will always talk about protectionism and strengthening local industries, and historically it's worked in like a few circumstances, but overwhelmingly these circumstances kind of look like blips on the radar when considered against the vast array of evidence, which seems to indicate that tariffs really hurt local industries. And that happens for two reasons. One is just making things much more expensive. It's much more expensive to do business. But two, it also seems to insulate local industries from competition that would otherwise make them stronger. And so tariffs can work like if your local industries are maintaining that competitive edge so that once they get onto the international stage, they're really doing well. But it seems like what mostly happens in countries that implement tariffs is that these local industries are not forced to innovate, and so they dilapidate, they get worse over time. Meanwhile, everyone else in the country suffers because things are more expensive, harder to do business. Other countries are going to trade with other countries, and even if we're tariffing the fuck out of China, we're hurting ourselves just as much as we're hurting them. And that's really not good for us. I think especially since we have this kind of service economy. We are not exporting the same sort of things. They have all of this industry. Other people will buy it. Yeah, I think that there's not much of an economic argument to be had. Now, I will say, there is something called like the China curse. that many people have experienced. They go to China, they set up factories, the Chinese like steal the technology that is being built in the factories, they steal just anything they can get their hands on, then they create the product themselves, and then they suddenly are competitors on the global stage against these American businesses. This has happened to Tesla and many other businesses as well. And that's really not good, but that's also something the private market solves for. Like, private companies will just invest much less in China, and they pull out of China more and more.
They go to Mexico, for example.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it's kind of a self-solving problem as long as we let the free market do its work. So, yeah.
Okay, so the primary gist of that appears to be the competitive edge. I have a very easy solution to that one. And it begins with a question. When did China manufacture its first ballpoint pen?
Ooh, I don't know. When?
2017.
Seems late to the game.
Yes. There is absolutely no risk whatsoever of China outcompeting the United States of America, much less so the West, on an industrial basis for the next 100 years. Especially if we all agree that China is our strategic enemy. If the West goes, yeah, we don't like you, we're in trade with each other, the rest of the world would be left in the dust. Especially if we also go over there and go, hey, Taiwan, yes, you're another state of the US now. Yippee!
Yeah, I don't know. I think that maybe we are underestimating China a little bit here. They are a total industrial powerhouse, and more they seem to be a scientific powerhouse as well. You know, maybe they didn't invent or manufacture their own ballpoint pen until very recently, but there's so many other areas where China is producing things, and it's really, I think, only a matter of time before they are caught up. And I don't think I think they're helped by being able to steal our stuff, which is terrible, but I don't think that tariffs are necessary to prevent that.
Well,
so just real quick here. When I mentioned Singapore, basically Singapore built up its economy by using tariffs to prevent to prevent industry from outside of Singapore from coming in and just flooding their market with cheaper and better goods. And they did that temporarily so that their own industries could be built up. But then they reached a tipping point where they realized that those new industries had to compete against those other outside industries because they were being stifled long term in their development by only competing with ones that were local. So there's like, if you have like a very young developing economy, tariffs can be useful to at least get some industries off the ground, but eventually you do have to let them compete with the open market.
I believe this happened
Eventually,
in the United
yes.
States too. We successfully implemented tariffs around the automotive industry, and it seemed to work out for us. So there are instances in which tariffs can work. And honestly, if I'm being like totally clear here, I do think that probably some degree of tit for tat is necessary in this. I mean, Arch, you brought up that free market is great when everyone plays by the same rules. Yeah, I think that's ideally when the free market is great and does work. But we exist in this global environment where not everyone plays by the rules. And I do think that it makes sense to punish bad actors with tariffs to an appropriate extent. I just think that, Trump's replace all taxes with tariffs is it's insane.
Way too fucking far. That's insane. Yes.
Punish. But also, so the China catching up thing, right? There are two things here. The first is the Chinese have been legendarily bad at exploiting their inventions. If you look at the ancient history of China, they have utilized their manpower, the sheer number of Chinese people, and in many cases also their ability to pass knowledge around their vast country to remarkable effect. They invented the blast iron furnace first. They invented gunpowder first. They invented the printing press first. There is evidence they might have invented things like the wheelbarrow first. However, every single fucking time, they've done nothing with it. The Chinese are remarkably poor at utilizing what they make. And in modern history, the Chinese have invented diddly dick shit and fuck. In fact, the only invention of any significance they've come up with is the electronic cigarette.
Really? They did vapes?
Yep, they did vapes back in 2000 and something.
Oh, damn.
So China is extraordinarily unlikely to be catching up to the West. It's like Russia, for example. Russia right now, when they were cut off from access to microchips in the Western market, they almost instantly, overnight, fell back to a 1940s style nation because we have monopolized so much technology that requires such a high degree of skill and knowledge to produce that we are literally in the space age, whereas everybody else exists in that age based on trade, rather than their own ability to produce it. Not to mention, we could always just be really fucking mean to China, blockade them from all of their raw resources, and starve them into oblivion.
That would definitely be a war. So here's the thing, right?
We'd win.
I am still ultimately fine with punishing China because China is terrible. I know here. It's what's funny is like your chat a year ago completely hated me for me being like, no, we should economically sanction China. And now that Trump has said it, they're like, yes, do it, more tariffs. It's like, okay, dude, I see what's going on. But yeah, like Trump's idea of replacing all taxes with tariffs is fucking insane. Like that's way over the line of what should be done here.
Yeah, you should just have a sales tax like the rest of us.
Wait, does America not have a sales tax?
No, we do. We do.
In some places,
Okay.
but it's like fucking nothing. Like, I was looking into this because America does look like a better and better prospect every fucking day. And I was like, oh, you shouldn't move here. Why? Oh, it's got a 1.7% sales tax. Like, oh, terrible. We move me with my 25% fucking sales tax.
Yeah, it's based
hell.
on states. So like there's no national sales tax, but they get pretty high in some states and they go pretty low in others, like Texas. I'm in Texas currently. And we have no income tax, but we do have pretty high property taxes. So another great thing about the United States is you can sort of pick and choose based on what you think is best.
Which taxes you want from which states?
Exactly. Some cities have pretty expensive taxes as well.
I think Florida also doesn't have income tax, huh?
Yeah, that's correct. I do think that I could be wrong. I've never lived in Florida, but I think that their sales tax is actually pretty high.
Well, I mean, this is something that we've gone over several times on Arch's channel, as well as mine, Taptage. But basically, it's my opinion that almost everyone's retarded on the economy, and everyone, whether you're left or right, it doesn't matter who you're voting for. Most people want contradictory things out of the economy, and they just don't understand why it can't be done. The examples I usually give are like on the left, you have people who want housing prices to go down, but they want their student loans forgiven, and you can't do both of those things because the people with student loans, they're the people who are looking to buy houses generally, and if you give them more money, that means that demand for houses goes up because more people are going to be buying them, and if demand goes up and supply stays the same, then price goes up. Like it's very simple, like, you know, intro level economics. You can't do both of these things, but left leaning people just don't fucking understand that. And at the same time, right leaning people want inflation to go down, and they also want taxes to go down. And those are two forces that work against each other. You can't do both of those things for the same reason. Because if you lower taxes, that means that people have more money in their pockets. If they have more money in their pockets, that means more demand. More demand means prices go up. Like you can't do both of these things. So people just seem to not fucking get that what they're asking is impossible.
Yeah, that, and also like I want to reduce the deficit, but also I'm going to reduce taxes and do nothing to spending. It's like that's not going to work. So yeah, lots of examples of that. Thankfully, we're all incredibly enlightened and perfectly understand economics, so not an issue for us.
We're all big brains here.
Mm-hmm.
I also told Boog to grab his rifle and stand up to the state. He has informed me that they took those away 70 years ago, so...
Oh no.
RIP.
RIP indeed.
Man, what else were we going? Were we going at?
I think those were the two big things.
I think so.
Were they?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yes, so. So who do you guys think won that debate?
Trump.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like, I don't like either of them. I really don't like either of them. Like, you know what? I've watched a fair number of American elections in my day, and usually I can, like, look at one of the two candidates and be like, okay, I think I prefer him. You know? Like, I'm pretty sure I preferred Obama over Mitt Romney. You know, just like all things considered. But like this time, it's just like, wow, they're both just genuinely awful candidates.
Fence riding little Canadian.
Okay, I think probably the funniest claim that I get thrown at, like it's thrown at me from haters, Arch. People saying that I'm like some kind of far left communist who's gonna backstab you and all this crazy shit, but then they also in the same breath call me a fence sitter. I'm like, I can only be one of those things.
I don't know. You can be a pretty aggressive fence sitter.
The whole point of being a fence sitter is that you're not on either of the sides.
I think you're a fence-sitting communist, so that's my critique.
Oh.
Yeah.
And who did you think won, Daftash?
I think Kamala came out looking really strong, and for all the reasons discussed earlier, I think she did a good job of moderating her opinions, and I do think she was on the attack for most of the debate, and I think that some of Kamala's weaker elements Trump did not go in on. I'm sure he's been coached about what the average American thinks are her weakest issues, but I think he could have gone
Service
much
guarantees
harder
citizenship.
on more sort of like culture issues and Kamala's relationship to those sorts of things. So yeah, I would have liked to see more of that from Trump,
Service
but
guarantees
unfortunately didn't
citizenship.
get too much of it in this debate. Also the flip-flopping and stuff. I think he could have gone harder on her for things like the price controls that she was offering just a little bit earlier. As another really bad economic policy, similar to his tariffs idea, at least in my opinion. And he could have really hit her hard on that, but he just didn't bring it up. So
Yeah, did Kamala's price controls even come up this debate? I don't think they did.
I don't think they did either.
Because like that's a fucking terrible idea coming out of her camp.
Yeah. It's so bad.
You heard about that, right, Arch?
Vaguely.
Let's see here. Oh yeah, so what was really funny about it is that people started writing articles saying, "Stop calling her policy price controls. It's called anti-price gouging." And I'm like,
well, in that case,
this is just a fucking word game here. So basically, like, part of her idea was that she wanted to make it illegal to jack up prices during a crisis, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, scalpers during COVID or during hurricanes, right? She wanted to make that illegal. Okay, fair enough. No one likes scalpers. That shit sucks. I get it. But in the list of crises that she had kind of laid out, one of them was a strike. And I'm like, wait. So when workers go on strike, that's considered a crisis that you're going to ban scalpers from taking advantage of now. Because a strike is not the same thing as a pandemic or a hurricane or or a flood or something. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's probably... I'm like so libertarian on this. It's probably not even good to ban price hikes in those circumstances either.
I don't know, man. Listen, I fucking hated having to wait for like PlayStation 5s to restock while everyone's selling them for 3 times the amount on fucking eBay.
Yeah, I think resellers are good. They're addressing market inequalities. Yeah, I think that they better bring the items to the consumers who most value them.
I don't value them that much. Fuck that. I just waited for them to restock.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, at the end of the day, you're valuing your money more than the weight, which is like totally legitimate, and you should have that option to wait. But also, if someone like really wants a PlayStation, I think it's good if they can spend a little bit of extra money to jump the line.
And it gives somebody else a bit more money too, Dev. I don't see your objection to this.
And it rewards someone for their work of buying up the PlayStations, which is, of course, very hard to do. And
everybody wins.
Pillar of the economy. So.
Mm-hmm. Are you guys actually taking the pro scalper position?
Yep.
I'm like mildly pro scalper, but I'm also kind of memeing.
See, so with the PS5, like, it doesn't really matter. It's just like that's just a consumer electronics, you know. I didn't like it, but it's like, what? It's not important, right? There are some things, though, I think that, it's probably okay to control prices on some like really important things. If we're talking both Trump and Biden did a cap on insulin prices that I think were probably they did basically the same policy. It's probably a good policy too, because insulin is something that, like, it's relatively easy to make. All of the development costs have since been recouped, millions of times over, because insulin's, it's an old technology. So why not bring the price down for people who actually need it? It's like, okay, fair enough. There are some times in which this is okay. It's just that it's not all the time, and ideologues think that it's all the time.
I think insulin price caps are pretty bad.
Really? Why?
Yeah, well, okay, so there's all sorts of different types of insulin and insulin delivery mechanisms. And if you want older insulin types or delivery mechanisms, you can go out onto the market and get those, and they're very cheap. But the thing is, no one wants those. No one wants like old pig insulin. They want the newest, best technology. And that newest, best technology only really exists because companies know that if they invest tons of money in trying to develop these new drugs, they can sell it at a price that they're going to get good returns. So I think that cycle of innovation, which makes these older forms of insulin really cheap, that's really good, and that needs to be encouraged. And the best way to bring down insulin prices in the long term is to make sure that that process of innovation keeps on happening. And if we are putting price caps on like newer insulin, that is just going to stem the flow of innovation, and long term is going to hurt people, even if in the short term it is bringing down prices for people.
And just like that, Dev was defeated in verbal combat.
No. I'm still not completely sure about that, because, like, the problem with these with markets in this sense is that the buyers of products do not have the same level of information as the sellers of products. This is a problem with healthcare. It's a problem with housing. Like, the market functions when buyers can get a decent amount of information so that they know what they're actually purchasing, right? And when you can't have that, because either it takes some kind of expertise, like with healthcare, or it takes you're not making repeated purchases, like with housing, then there has to be some sort of regulation in place to ensure that you are at the very least getting the product that you think you're getting. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I totally get that. And honestly, this is one of these positions that I've actually moderated on pretty recently. And actually, for as, libertarian as I tend to be, I think that there is a contingent of people who really just lack the information, or they lack the time, the energy to like really go out and evaluate all of these things. I think it's probably good if for some group of people in society, there is maybe like an opt-in option to have those kinds of things handled by the government. And maybe it involves like higher taxes. So like you choose to have the government handle some sort of like medical market searching process, some market information gathering process, and they make sure that you get like the right products at like a certain price. They negotiate a little bit on your behalf, but then you also get taxed higher as well. That seems like a pretty good solution, or something like that would probably be pretty good. And so, yeah, I think that for people in society that really just cannot do that, that's probably fine if they have some alternative.
So, hold on, let me see if I understand what you're saying. Basically, you want the ability for people to pay more in taxes and then be subject to more regulation. But then also, they could opt out of the taxes and then not be regulated. And then if they get sold up the river by a snake oil salesman, well, tough luck, you decided not to do that.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I think that like if you want to like choose for yourself if you want to do all of that work of making sure that you are getting the right insulin and whatnot, I think that you should have that option. But I think it's fine if the government provides some sort of public system that you can opt into, where the government will take care of that for you. And like you're saying, some people, do not have the market knowledge to make informed decisions. That's true. And those people should have an alternative. Now, private companies can also step in to do this and offer these services to people. I think that's also probably great.
I think we're just talking about insurance at this point.
A little bit. I mean, we're kind of talking about like private FDA alternatives or like opt-in, like FDA
Going
alternatives.
full
that kind of
ANCAP.
thing. Yeah, maybe a little bit. But I think it's fine if there's a public option, and I think it makes sense to have certain regulations around that to make sure that people aren't being exploited or taken advantage of by bad actors in the market.
You know what? I think I disagree with both of you because I don't care about your insulin. I have free healthcare. Shut up.
Norway's free healthcare. Was it your sovereign wealth fund?
Yes.
Ooh,
You wish you had one of those.
Yeah, it's true.
I think Canada does, actually. I mean, Canada's also one of those resource-rich nations with a low population, too, though, so... Makes sense. Actually, I think Texas has a sovereign wealth fund, even.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Hold on.
Should we break for Superchats? Because I'm sure you have some to do, and I have a few to do.
I think you have more than me, Arch. I think you got about double the viewers I did today.
He's rolling it.
I'll talk to you about that later, Dad.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Why? What's wrong?
Oh. I don't want to rub it in, I guess.
Oh, okay. Hold on real quick. Let's see. Yeah, so Texas has a fund for schooling paid for by Texas Oil.
Well, that's nice for them.
Yeah. So if you're, despite Texas being a very right-leaning state, if you want to go to school, you can just use the oil money.
Interesting.
Yeah, Texas Oil are good people.
Primary and secondary education.
Unlike BP, I guess.
Here, just give me a second.
Okay, god damn it. Where was I?
Okay, I've returned. All right. So yeah, I've got some super chats to read, and you've got your own super chats to read, and I should probably be done soon because you got an early day tomorrow, and Naomi has an early day tomorrow as well. Yeah, Taftadge, you didn't stream this on your channel. You didn't do a grand return or anything, did you?
I did not stream it, but perhaps in the future.
Yeah.
Because it was definitely fun. I really enjoyed speaking to you, Arch, because you brought a lot of energy and ability to defend points, which was really nice. That, disagree with me. It was cool.
Oh, absolutely. I enjoy it as well. And I hope I don't come across as as aggressive. I know I can come across as a little bit pompous on these
points. It's your accent. It's entirely your accent.
Honestly, I worry about coming across as too aggressive too. But I think it's nice when two people can meet and they're okay with that energy mutually, because it's just a lot of fun.
I've never had a hint of aggression from you. You sound like a trad wife, to be honest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same. There was no aggression there. There was demure house cat going, "Can I disagree?"
Yep.
Okay, good. That is an accurate description of my strength of conviction here sometimes.
Yeah, because so you and I have talked about doing a show, Taftadge, for a year now, and it's always been because my situation has been up in the air. And I mean, Lilith, I'm still good friends with Lilith, but she just can't do YouTube right now anymore. So it's okay, well, maybe we can finally figure something out now that we're actually doing it.
Yeah, totally. I think that would be super fun.
Yeah, I think that's it. Actually, I will message you later, Taftadge, about something. Something that is not for live ears.
Okay, sounds good.
Conspiracy shit.
Okay. Yeah, I'll see both of you later.
Absolutely.
Good stuff, guys.
Have a good day, everyone. Right. Superchats. Oh,
Heresy's
God.
the
Okay,
question.
we are a little
Fire
backed
is
up.
the answer.
So on the list, ditch Chunadu Fourth Reich worshippers in my Tuvu table. What the fuck, chat, are you even on about? No one. Good to have you on, Spoon. Wow, we are a bit behind. Ian Brune, annoying Canadians is a moral good. Largely, I agree with this statement. Sean King, Arch, I play Dark Angels, and I shall keep them free from the taint of women. Good. They do not deserve to be reveling in the glory of Dark Angeldom. Dustin Shupak, ask Spoon about his experience with Donald Trump Rule 34. Well, shit, I should have. That sounded funny. Actually, oh God, almost need. I gotta urinate again. Okay, hold on. I need to go and get more cola so that I can really fill up my bladder to the point that I just pee like a racehorse, because I find that more enjoyable than regular urination. Ah, there we go. It is physically capable of dying from having your bladder explode, just by the by, but we're probably not there yet. Probably. Orc War Chief reviews, Mr. Bean or Blackadder? Which is better? Blackadder. No question, no doubt whatsoever. Blackadder is vastly superior to Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean's good, don't get me wrong, but Blackadder is so much better. Just skip the first season. The first season is kind of crap. Not all failures. Don't forget Eisenhorn. That trilogy is also a solid entry to 40k and shows plenty of ground level stuff. Psychers, what different worlds are like, etc. Yeah, but you kind of need to know what like the Inquisition is, you know? Nuclear Winter Gamer. Is Dev going to be on need to super chat a question? Well, eventually, yeah. He's not on anymore. Silver Commando 78. Dev says Franco's a ideological fascist. I disagree. Ideological fascist. Depends on what he means by that. Franco wasn't really particularly fascistic beyond the fact that he enjoyed being called leader, basically. And he did like the idea of Spanish nationalism, but it was more rooted in monarchism and Catholicism rather than like the ideas of nationalism overall, but... Free Golem, Spoon. If you like spatula in English, you may like the word for knife, spoon, and fork in Spanish. Cuchillo, cucara, and tenedor, tenedora. Why is it gendered? Ian Brood, I finally just bought Terra Invicta. That's a good game. It's a very good game. Murky Product, have you ever considered doing videos on history? Yes, I did do that back in the day, actually. I did actually do that back in the day. I've even... The worst part is I've actually got a fully edited history video. Like ready to go. Fully edited, fully rendered, all of that stuff for the Russian-Japanese war. But I started looking more into the history YouTuber community, and basically YouTube is not fond of historical content right now. And I'm like, I don't know if I want to. So, we'll see if I ever double down on that. TF Allspark, hey Spoon, SOS also insisted on you making a YouTube channel. Instead, what I'm going to probably start doing instead... What is this image? Do I know what that image is? What is this image? No, it's just Archpony. Okay, that's not as bad as it could be, frankly, considering some of the things I put up on screen. But the thing that I'm currently doing, let me see here. There we go. Right, she's tiny. She can be larger. Is theory crafting, because theory crafting sounded like it would be fun and relatively relaxing, like I wouldn't really need to dig as deep into it. So we're probably going to do a theory crafting on Judge Dredd versus aliens versus xenomorphs. Elsie Sorana, Arch, what happened to your last Spaceman 2 stream? It disappeared less than an hour after you finished the stream. Yes, my antivirus software doxed me because it's a piece of shit, and I've since removed it and replaced it. Dave Allspark, hey Arch, has Spoon chased away Destiny? No, only temporarily. Going Through Dim has been a member for 7 months. Thank you very much, sir. Please feel free to have the utensil as a guest once in a while. I'm sure Purple Lady would enjoy being on with him too. And hi, Spoon. Lord Comes a Spartan. Slur. Good. Silver Camaro 78. We need the falling dominoes meme where the small one is useless woman gives Major a blowjob and the big one ends with Americans having to eat cats. Yes. Yes, I do like that one. Silver Camaro 78. I wonder if Trump and Harris will acknowledge that the biggest contributors to global warming is the fumes from the massive poos Dev makes in his diaper. Or China, alternatively. Ian Brune, Dev, are you done with your hour of eating cats? Oof, he eats the pets, does he? It's a bit mean. Zen Gunnerman, there are like 5 VTuber Loomies. I know. It's a really basic bitch name, Loomy, Lum Lum. And then Boog sends me Pony Waifu Simulator. Okay, alright. Let's see, what is Pony Waifu Simulator? I hope this doesn't play any loud moaning now noises. Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. That's not good. That's not good at all. That's kind of terrible, actually. And this is why we all need to be very, very careful about what we wish for, chat, because if you're not, then eventually, you know, bad things will happen to you and you'll get stuff like this made. Look at that, chat. Look at that. This is because of you, chat. You've created things like this. Now people think it's fine to send me this stuff. It's a game and everything. Oh, free. Fantastic. All because of you, chat. All because of you. You are the ones who created this. All because of you. Nobody would think this would be normal. Nobody else would think this would be normal. Let's go back to the cat in the pot. Zen Gunman, Silver Camaro, hi Taftaj. I, a old school center-right con and massive Ben Shapiro fan, also feel discomfortable with some of the crazy positions the right is taking. Well, yeah. It's fine, so long as nobody tells any of the big donors about it. We're probably not going to do a playthrough of it. Probably. Probably. Weird. Save the cats for Chinese and Korean restaurants. Good idea. Phantom Lord 07. Once again, the dev's wrong. Harris is hiding like Biden. The copies his politics. Also, demon rats take out the promises for every 4 years that never happened. Yeah, like all of the Harrisian arguments kind of fall out the window the moment you really dive into it, right? It's platitudes, in my opinion. It's like, oh hey, we're gonna do these good things, yay! And people are like, oh, are those the good things you told us about the last 20 years ago? Yes, but this time we're gonna do it. This time we're actually going to do it. I don't believe you anymore. I think this is just a politician telling me politician things with no intentions of actually ever doing those things. You will jink yourself like Witcher. I genuinely figured that $5,000 would be more than enough to you know, get rid of anybody trying to challenge that one. But I mean, we're like 60% through, and there's only like 1, 2, 3, 4 more months in this year, so I don't know.
Heresy's the question.
I might get away with it still.
Answer.
Kyle Guy 52, the ducks in the park are free. I have 458. At least the pony wife is simulated comp. God help me. No, let's not think about this seriously. I'm pretty sure if we just ignore it, the ponies won't be real. Cost of living Canada for $50. Thank you very much, sir. Trudeau plonked nearly 1.7 million people into Canada last year, while only 188,000 houses were built. If you're a Canadian, help sign up petition you can find at costoflivingcanada.ca, I'm presuming. And you know, I really hate this idea of building houses, okay? It's like, oh, we don't have enough houses. We don't have enough houses. If only we can build more houses, it'll be great. Mass immigration is outpacing the rate at which we can build houses. Largely because the rate at which we can physically fucking construct them is being outcompeted by a hilarious fucking margin. Not to mention, okay, let's assume Canada could build 1,800,000 houses, right? Fuck, you're gonna run out of Canada soon at this rate. Are we going to pave every fucking forest so we can house the third world? Why? Why should we do this? Why do we need to create this ludicrous push to build 1 billion houses a fucking year so that somebody from Senegal, Mexico, Uganda, whatever, can come here and live here? Why? Like, it's not just about building houses. When you have a critical lack of a thing, year after year after year after fucking year, it is easier to look at why you are having a critical lack of the thing, rather than going, well, shit, we're just gonna have to build more of it. You are treating, literally, you are treating the symptom, not the disease. Subject Noble. Arch, pull up a pic of Pig God from One Punch Man eating the monster's eyesight. That's Dev. I don't even know what Pig God is. Why you hating? My space wolves are nearly done, and now I'm tempted to add more. Probably will get my hands on a Stormfang dropship that I found on sales. Send help. No. Keep painting. Saul the Lich. Dev and Taff are waiting for a Hootie House communique recognizing the Haitian Tokolishi are snatching unsupervised pets and eating them. Dark Lelouch for $20. Thank you very much, sir. Hard to be part of their crime stats when you purposely don't include them in such to avoid PR and racism. Kinda like when Cuba stopped counting starvation as a cause of death. Suddenly no one died from starvation. I know, like, Sweden did this too. Sweden used to keep a track of grenade attacks, but then they realized, holy shit, this makes us look awful, doesn't it? Let's stop keeping track of it. It's like outlawing guns and then going like, look, gun crime disappeared. No, you're just not counting it anymore. Beardmaster, it's not grape culture, it's cultural enrichment for white British women. Correct. Johnson Smith, I'm going to poke chat. Dev is right. Dev arched together are better. Dev arched together are better than Arch by himself. Those who hate Dev have cognitive English dissidence. Dissidence, not dissonance. Dissidence. They have cognitive dissidence. Shit, it's scrolled. Okay, this could take a while. There it is. Great Kate, Dev, where's the trucker video? It is in your mind. What is the trucker video if not the friends we made along the way? We are all the trucker video, chat. We together, we are the trucker video. Hexy, raise a fist is streaming with no Dev. Later Arch. No. Bad Hexy. Bad. Dragon Lord. As a Dominican, keep your pets away from Haitians. Benjamin Paul. Chat voted to give Dev the Socrates treatment. Ooh. I think they did some mean shit to him. Ian Brune. Can we must Kamala so we don't have our ears bleed? Mute? No, sadly. Bacon Slayer, one thing is certain, the future is definitely going to be anything but boring. Oh, and God, I hate that too. It's like, I think we are going to build a future. That's what I'm going to build. The future. What are you going to put in that future? The future. What are you going to... No, what are you going to put in the future? Change. No. Return. Reject the future. The future is nothing but empty promises. I know what 1990 looked like. I know what the year 2000 looked like. I want to go back there. Now, that was a cool time. I don't know what's in the future, okay? I am sick and tired of looking for the horizon and being like, maybe there's not a massive amount of butt fuck and, animals being eaten over there. Maybe there aren't kittens being fucking devoured by immigrants over the horizon. No, I can go back in time. I know that cats could wander the streets safely without the fear of being turned into somebody's sandwich in the 1990s. Thus, return. Winter Phoenix Forest Kirin. It sure is nice that Kamala's Phoenician husband, allowed her to take a break from her uncompensated agricultural labor to come here. What the fuck? 1A. What about a man's... Oh, Jesus. What about a man's right to not pay for a child he doesn't want? It's wild only women get the privilege. Yes, but men don't have rights. The real Zartax. Nobody fertilizes better than me. Believe it. I can believe him. I think Trump has quite a few bastards running around. Insane hippie sane. That border bill also would have let 4,000 illegals in a day before you could even think of closing it, if I recall correctly. I don't even know. All I know is I want to go back. Weird. Mum taught how to seduce 80-year-old white guy. And Dev, your Indian girlfriend seems to be struggling. Indian? Night Shroud, this is just becoming a Trump town hall. Tag the Mage, half the states were told they don't have standing. Yes, they did. Crafter, I think, for 100 Canadian. Thank you very much, sir. Very generous. God, I hope you can hear this. I saw it came in as well, as I thought, like, okay, maybe I should just interrupt the stream, because, it deserves special recognition, but I'm also like, God, they're speaking, though. Arch, have you noticed Trump's stumbling, or is it his way of talking? I hope no one is using a harp or a mercenary Charles Xavier to try and mess with him. Trump mentioning Orban was not expected, and Kamala keeps looking up at somewhere when Trump mentions things. I'm pretty sure they coached her to look at Trump like in a disbelieving way whenever he says something, to be like, oh, this is ridiculous. Oh. Kind of like that. And to be fair, both of them stumbled a little bit today. But I also want to point out then, if Kamala is stumbling at roundabout the same level as a man twice her age, is that close to the truth? I don't know if that's close to the truth. Don't quote me on that one. Then clearly, she's not that much better of an option, is she? Call sign tourist. If Kamala wants to say that he lists the court cases, Trump can just say, well, I won the case in the Supreme Court that I have immunity. True. Gone to a dim Arch. See if Dev can get his pair from his wife's purse and come on with Spoon. Highly doubt Dev has the intestinal fortitude. They are not good friends, I will say that much. Ian Brune, everyone has also forgotten that Trump was fighting a full-blown proxy war with Russia, keeping them contained. Then the containment stopped. Aramis Fowl. Dev is using the butterfly effect to explain October 7th. Hamas wouldn't have attacked Israel if Iran didn't have access to its sanctioned money that Blinken lost control of. The US showed weakness, and weakness is a provocation. See, I agree. See, here's the thing. You can't say like, oh, this encouraged Hamas. It might have encouraged Hamas, but At the end of the day, a war is declared when the war is declared. And only at that point is the decision finally taken. If Hamas was sitting there knowing that B-52s might be likely to carry fucking shuttle traffic over their city, if they did this, they probably wouldn't have. But under Biden, the worst thing they could conceivably fear was that maybe he'd waggle his finger at the Israelis and go like, oh, don't do that. Why are you bombing the civilians? Why? Again, Yom Kippur War was an excellent example of this. Why did the Israelis not do anything? It was because the Americans were like, listen, you little goddamn... I can't say that in the words I used to. If you carry out a preemptive strike, you're not going to see so much as a nut or bolt from us. We're going to paralyze your fucking military by doing nothing, you hear? And that worked very well. Steel Manning, based on how she drops policy, Kamala is the day one patch president. Yes. Again, Kamala's greatest achievement in this entire debate was moving away from any policy position she has ever actually held. Call sign tourist. Russia has a right to invade to protect itself from American aggression, just as America has that right to defend itself by invading Cuba to stop the Soviets. And yeah, no, absolutely. Every nation has a right as a sovereign nation to do whatever the fuck it wants. And power politics then comes into play to, modify and ameliorate these desires. Why Hayden? I think America next time Russia makes a threat, the US should respond by having a subsurface in the Bering Sea off Russia's border and say behave. Fuck, not just one sub, like 12 subs just pops up off of Leningrad, opens their hatches, and then slowly sinks back beneath the waves again. You know? Just to be like, That's what needs to happen. Ian Brune, Russia doesn't have nukes, not ones they can rely on. Remember how they were going to have that big test and then got real quiet with threats? I would not be surprised, honestly, if Russia does not know how to operate its nuclear missiles anymore. Because you gotta bear in mind, even America right now is looking at its Minutemen and going, oh shit, this is some dark age of fucking technology nonsense. How do we fuel these things? Do we know if they'll hit anything? Like, who was the last guy who worked on this shit? So he retired 20 years ago. Fuck. Like, if that is the position in America, I guarantee you it's a lot worse than in Russia. Call sign tourist. And it's funny that in Cuba, Soviets didn't do anything to start Castro. Yet US still invaded, so yeah, same exact situation, Dev. And much love from Kazakhstan. I hate liberals so much, it's unreal. You know what? Kazakhstan looks like a good nation. I approve of Kazakhstan. Subject Noble, bring back tariffs and get rid of income tax. I mean, I can't say I'm not tempted. Artemis Fowl. Oh, I just noticed while looking at the Pony Waifu Simulator, I just noticed that that little O there is puckered like a horse's asshole or something. I don't know why I only noticed that now, but I cast a glance over at Boog's chat and I was like, oh, that's what that is. Sorry, my brain just awoken to that fact. Anyways. Artemis Fowl. Kamala is espoused canned speech and platitudes while having done nothing while in power. She is telling the audience all the solutions that she has right now and is holding from them instead of enacting. She is in office now. Yes. Absolutely. Again, this is the classic politician speaks, like, oh, I didn't get to it this time around, but next 4 years, I guarantee you I'm going to do all of those things and more. They never do. They never do. Tick Tick Boom has been a member for 4 months. Thank you very much. Kamala's lying through her teeth, but low information voters are ignorant enough to be fooled. But most people have been paying attention. I hope so. Crafter, President Trump and VP Kamala Harris would have been hilarious. See, okay, back in the day, there was a tradition. We're talking like, you know, war against the British back in the day, okay? Really old school shit. The tradition was that the president would take the runner-up as his vice president. That was actually a rather cool idea, right? Okay, so you run against someone, and once you beat them, you take them on as the vice president, so that you have both opposing viewpoints represented in government. You know what, I kind of like that. But the problem was that as politics grew more corrosive and people carried out more personal attacks, well, why the fuck should you? This guy has been cussing you out for months. He's been calling you every name under the sun, and you're supposed to work with that son of a shit? No. We should return to many of these fine traditions. The guy who loses becomes vice president. There you go. Fantastic system. Go with it. Why you hating? Isn't it the 10th time this has happened in Mexico? They have had a fair few civil wars, it's true. Ian Brune, the only people it doesn't benefit are the envious. Adherent of Lady Columbia. Art is wrong in China, as is everyone stuck in 1999. China is failing, I'm presuming, demographic and relies on imports for food, energy, raw materials, and tech. Next, Europe and the old world are a net drain to the US. I wouldn't say so. See, here's the thing. China, yes. China relies entirely on imports. And that is why we could very easily wage a trade war against them. As for the United States and America, that is a far more beneficial arrangement, both in terms of resources and in technology. The US and the EU, or Europe, we are culturally similar enough to get along. Thus, any invention made in the EU will come to the benefit of America. Any invention made in America will come to the benefit of the EU. It is highly beneficial to have a much larger number of people with a much larger number of potential brains and scientists working together. And since there will be basically no reason for these two power blocks to ever truly compete, at least not in the current cultural context, it's a good trade. It's a good matchup. Now, the moment you introduce, again, the problem with entirely open markets is it includes countries like China, who is like, oh, we can take advantage of this. And then they do take advantage of this. Silver Camaro 78, Taftadge, do you think the US should have militarily intervened in 1994 during the Rwandan genocide, when David's girlfriend killed the Tutsis? Not all fair, yes. I see. The state with no income tax usually makes up for it with increased sales taxes. You know, I am honestly more in favor for a sales tax than I am for an income tax. Because at the very least, for a sales tax, you can determine how much tax you essentially want to pay. Do you want to buy a lot of shit because you want to live at a certain standard? Then you can buy a lot of shit, and you will pay a higher tax. Whereas your income tax, well, fuck, that just punishes you for being good at what you do. You get promoted, well, welcome to a new tax bracket, son. And having both of them at once, well, welcome to Norway. Nocti Angelus. Art and all, there is a simple solution to the student loan debt. The military. Make a deal, complete a certain number of years, and your debt up to a certain amount is covered, as long as it is useful. Oh, I entirely agree. There is absolutely a tremendous benefit in having a army to education and vice versa pipeline, where you go, okay, I want to become an engineer. Okay, then you go to the army and say, I want to become an engineer, the education is X amount of years, what are you going to give me? And the army basically goes, okay, fantastic, we need engineers. You're going to need to serve for, let's see here, the total cost is blah, 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 dollars, 3 years. And you go, okay, and you sign up for that. Perfectly fine idea, and you'd have a nice way to wipe out student debt, and I add as well, gain valuable experience. See, one of the problems right now is that we have way too many high education jobs, and, no, excuse me, way too few higher education jobs, and way too many people educated to do them. So when you, as an engineer, apply to a job, they're going to look at your papers and go, alright, how much experience do you have? None, I just came out of school. No.
Service guarantees
Well, we've got
citizenship.
15 other applicants that have been working for 40 years, so, you see that dildo over there? Yeah? Go and spin on it. Whereas in the army, you're going to get a few years of actual work experience, which will help you tremendously when entering into actual employment. Joseph Smith pokes chat. Dev is totally right. Arch and Dev is best lol. Arch, what pony are your guests? Dev is that fat pony, definitely. Dev is definitely fat pony. Okay, hold on, chat. I can show you fat pony. Let me go here. There we go. There you are, chat. Dire Betty, the fat pony. This is definitely Dev. There's no doubt. This is definitely Dev. Dire Betty, right there. As for Taftage, what would Taftage be? Shit, I don't know enough pony names. God damn it. Let's say Bat Fluttershy. Yes. So a little bit of bite, a little bit of crazy, but still rather meek and nice. Yes, there we go. There we go. I pride myself in being able to answer all of your pony-related queries, Jet. Not Alfarius, I know how we can fund our hegemony. Pillage Canada. Why not? Right-wing Seamus, the Chinese got me with biowarfare. Remember my sack? What the hell is that degenerate crap? It's a pony. Gontro Dim. Oh, and add my last fiver, and this to Witcher. Also, please have Spoon on more. Right, Witcher, $5. I shall add that on. Oh, well, $10, excuse me. Yep, $10 to Witcher. I'll note that. Gontro Dim. Empty houses in the country they are leaving and not enough in where they are invading. Simple solution. Keep them there or ship them to Chinese ghost towns. Dreg cities. Problem solved. Witcher. Right, $20 to the Witcher. I shall add that in. Oliver Nord. A good chunk of the housing problem is builder prefer making many expensive condos, renovating/flipping existing apartments. We have new houses, they're too expensive and remain empty. Witcher. Another Witcher, okay? 30 to the Witcher. And yeah, that is a problem as well. Affordable housing is not a great investment. That's why many people don't bother actually making affordable housing. The problem is, too, the immigrants aren't given the affordable housing. The immigrants are given the 2-story fucking country house that would cost a normal family $500,000. And Deans, for another very generous $50 Australian, missed the debate. How did the black hole of charisma named Kamala Harris do? Also, get rid of these debates and voting. Fight to the death will decide who becomes president. I mean, you don't need to convince me, brother. Kamala Harris did okay, in my opinion. She had a few good points. She did exactly what she needed to do, which was give up on every position she had ever previously held and adopt the centrist position. But this also just hammers home the fact that she's just a fucking politician. She can talk about the future as much as she goddamn well want, but I know that she is not the future. She is every politician that has ever gone up on a stage and promised you something you know she will never fucking deliver. That is all she is, a politician. And if I have the choice between a politician and Trump, well, you know my choice. Right, not to forget Streamlabs and stuff as well. Blondie. We should write a book titled When You Give a Woman the Right to Vote, and it shows that when you give women the right to vote, they'll want to let the rapists out on the streets, make cringe shit on the internet, and murder their babies. Yeah. Here's I've heard Rags talking about horse sausage. All I'm saying, I am not sure exactly what he means when he and other furries talk about it. But I'm sure that you moaning about horse sausages will not be clipped out of context. Not that you played a 4 mod. Oh, disgusting. Disgusting. For Tacitus, Kraut does country ball, geopolitics, and history videos on YouTube and bays for Russian blood on Twitter. I swear I'm inherited an innate German hatred of Russia's mid-century Germans, but he has to dress it in liberal internationalism to justify it. That's a fine cloak, isn't it? And hearsay, you should ask Dev if he'd enjoy a nice, juicy horse sausage. I am sure he would. And he has the girth of butt to accommodate it, shall we say. Yes. Oh, God. Pony Wifey Simulator is... It's not actually... I thought at first it was a Kickstarter project or something. It's out. Oh boy. Right, let's hide that again. And go back to Vampire Bat. And Rumble, of course. Nobafan21, get ready to fact check if Trump uses hyperbole. I think it's pretty safe to say he was going to use a fair bit of hyperbole. Zero Firewater, so is Kamala, after bringing about communism, is going to enslave the population like her parents having slaves? Her parents had slaves? Zero Firewater, Israel has been doing war crimes since October 7th. Remember when they bombed the hospital and leveled Gaza, pushed the Palestinians south and started bombing camps that they were told to flee to? Oh, absolutely. Listen, the Israelis know that the only way to win this war is with inhumanity, and they're practicing what I preach. Oh, goddammit. Bug! Zero Firewater, this is a different super chat. Fuck you. Tough touch. American and NATO gave the majority of their weapons to Ukraine, which got destroyed during the Ukraine offensive, and Russia by itself outproduces all of NATO. Well, we'll see about that. But maybe. Zero Firewater, Pony Waifu Sim is prawn archly, do not play it. Damn. Well, I'd have to do it pre-recorded. If it's prawn. Did Snoot Game have prawn? So I gotta be a little bit careful about the prawn. We can't have the prawn. The prawn would be bad. The prawn would be very bad. We cannot have the prawn. Unless we're gonna start streaming to Pornhub,
Service
which
guarantees citizenship.
I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't stream to Pornhub. I'm just saying that that's probably not the content the vast majority of people go to Pornhub to see. And lastly, Ian Brun Zardos for president. Okay, are we... Oh, Control Dimmers also. It seems has made you a brony. Not my thing, but judging. Witcher. Right, $35 to the Witcher. And Murky Product. Are you a fan of the Command & Conquer games? Yes, absolutely. Specifically Red Alert. Red Alert were my favorite. The old Tiberian Sun games are also great. Absolutely, no doubt about it. But they're really old now, so I don't know how I would enjoy them. If I were to play them again, but I remember them being amazing when I played them as a kid, so yes would be the answer. Okay, that I believe is all. Thank you.
Fire is the answer.
Oh no, reveals Arcast. Nuclear testing, Barents C. We get some practical training, they get their warm water port. Win-win. You have no idea how hard it was to get this past the filter. I can imagine, so yes. Now, seriously, America just needs to have like 60 submarines just patrolling around Russia, and every time Russia makes a policy decision that America disapproves of, a dozen of them just surfaces and opens their gun ports for a second, like, just as a reminder. Really, that really is what being the global hegemon is all about. The British did that. Whenever a nation didn't do what Britain wanted it to do, they would just send a few boats to their harbour and just sit there, menacingly staring at them like, are you sure about this? And Deans might as well add this one in my previous $50 super chat to The Witcher. You might as well, yes. It is a good idea if you're going to donate to one of the funds you would like to see funded. You should always do that. You should always do that. There, noted that down. Because then you'll get something more out of it. And Gontro Tim. Next member stream when? This weekend, Witcher. Finally this weekend. I've nailed it down now, because it was... I was like, oh god, I gotta finish this shit before other stuff begins. And I tried to finish stuff, and I still couldn't finish stuff. I still haven't finished fucking Wukong. Still haven't finished the MLP Equestria, but god damn it.
Fire is the answer.
But yes, this weekend, this Sunday, there will be a membership stream, even if I need to move mountains to do so. Right. And with that... we are at an end. Thank you all very much for watching, everyone. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for your generous donations, as always. And I will see you all again tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after, until all of us simply just explode, presumably. And Deans, yes, but you get more money when I forget. That, hiccups, is also true. Hiccups. As I try to not make noise on stream. Thank you, yet again. And now I've reverted to reiterating my outro because you reset my brain. Fuck you. Very much. Good night.